too early, but that's okay. My gym workout was phenomenal. Before I went home, I decided to stop over at my mother's house. I haven't seen my mother in 2 months. I know she's going to be very surprised to see me. I can't wait. What the? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The first thing I noticed was this person's skin. What is going on? Uncomplicated, untreated skin? Who is this guy? I had to take a step back, but then I realized it was my brother. But look at his skin. Have you guys ever seen anything like that? I had to take a closer look and figure out what was going on. Best believe I crept up on him. Peep this. I'm still looking at his skin, trying to figure out how did we get here. I could do nothing but shake my head. He could definitely use my help. I had to get to the bottom of this. He definitely needed some game about his skin. I'm just staring at it, like looking at it. Come on, bro. I knew what to do. I had to reach in my bag and get that Tej Hanley. Uncomplicated skincare for men. Bro, this is why I'm excited to have Tej Hanley as the sponsor of today's video. They have helped me start and maintain my skincare routine by making the entire process uncomplicated. Honestly, it's the best skincare system for guys like you and me. I recommend you start with their level 1 system, which comes with all the basics. A daily face wash to get rid of the dirt and the grime on your skin, a 2 times per week exfoliating scrub to get rid of the dead skin cells, an AM moisturizer with SPF 20 because you should always be protecting your skin from the sun, and a PM moisturizer to help your skin stay hydrated and healthy throughout the night. My brother was so excited. My favorite part about Tej Hanley is that every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. They really make the process of achieving and maintaining amazing skin easy. Shout out to Tej Hanley. And because Tej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click the first link in the description, and not only will you get Tej Hanley for the best possible price, but they'll also give you a free gift with your first box. Click that link and get started today for just $30. Feel the Tej. Let the Tej force be with you. Hey, family, feel the Tej. It's almost go time. Let's just have a conversation. Doing, family? What's going on, family? Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Introduce the crew. We got Precious, Mr. Let Go, Lady Da, Anton Daniels, Balance, She's So Lucky, Ali, Bruiser, Curves, and me myself on Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. What's going on, family? What's going on?
Hey.
How y'all doing?
Good.
How are you?
We're doing wonderful. No complaints. Hey, y'all looking nice. Everybody quiet. It's school in session.
It's about to be, right?
Right?
Guess so. I don't know, man. I don't know who's teaching today. I guess we're gonna find out. We appreciate you guys for tuning in to Lapeef Let's Talk. If you haven't already, make sure you get the likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the sponsor, Tej Hanley Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. 30% off along with a free gift. That link is in the description. And if you want to become part of Green Gang, that link is pinned to the top of the chat. With that being said, let's go ahead and dive right into our first topic of the night, which is why are black women labeled gold diggers for wanting security with a man? Why are black women labeled gold diggers for wanting security with a man?
That's a good one.
Who said that? Okay, go ahead, Lady Di. That's a good one.
It was no, I'm saying like it was like it's kind of like a trick question. But because you saying gold digging, they want a man that has some type of status, but then women that want that are called gold diggers. So I just like the question. So
Okay, go ahead and expand on it then, since you like it so much.
So there's women who only want to date men that have a status instead of I should say growing with a man. So they want him to have it already. And if he doesn't have it now, he's not attractive. And there are men who may look good. And if they don't have this type of car or these type of clothes, they don't want him. So I can see how that could be gold digging. But if they give other men attention that have potential in other ways, which is other things that are more important besides a car, like is he going to treat you nice? Does he respect you? If they look at stuff like that and still look at, okay, he has money, I don't see nothing wrong with that. I think that gold digging women don't care about the characteristics of a man. They just care about what he has.
Bruiser, what are your thoughts about it, sir? Why are black women labeled gold diggers for wanting security with a man?
I wasn't under the impression that they were labeled like that. Only thing I can think of why they're labeled like that if they're not returning anything of any value to the relationship for, wanting to be with a guy that can provide security.
Say that again.
I would agree with Bruiser though. They're labeled gold diggers because they just want the man for their money. When white women get men with status and money, they're willing to do something with the man, help run the company, something. But black women aren't necessarily readily, wanting to work. They want to step right into the lifestyle. And that's unrealistic in a lot of occasions.
At the end of the day, I don't like to say at the end of the day, shout out to Rashawn Ali, but women are supposed to want dudes with money, and it's normal. It's okay. They're not gold diggers. I personally have not heard the word gold digger in I don't know how long.
Oh, really?
Supposed to want a dude who has some type of success, whether it's money, whether it's influence or something, because that's going to make her life easier. So why wouldn't a woman want that? I actually look at the women, because, when I do my shows, I always talk about women having babies by losers and loser choosers and pookie pickers, So it's counterintuitive for men and women to look at women like, oh, she just wants me for what I have. Duh, you're a man. You feel me? Like, it's nothing wrong with being utilitized or, because that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to come into your life to make your life better in some type of way. So what's wrong with that?
The reason why
woman for wanting that. Go ahead, lady.
The reason why you don't hear that term no more is because most women today only look at men for what they have. That's why. So it's like normal now.
But I don't understand what's wrong with that, because that's kind of what she's supposed to do. I'm just sick of women having babies by losers, and that's what I'm saying. So it's like certain type of women need to be left behind, and certain type of dudes need to be left behind, and let the dumb dudes and the dumb women be with each other, and the rest of us be with each other. So I don't have a problem with it.
You forgot about the guy in the middle. You talking about you went from a high value man to a pookie. What about
so okay, because for some reason, all right, let me predict what's gonna happen here. Me and Ali is gonna be on the same page. Bruiser and Mr. Let Go is okay with being labeled as food in a woman's phone.
Yeah.
You literally just described the guy that gets labeled as food that is being used for his resources in a woman's phone.
How?
Because all she's doing is she's with him for what he has, and she's using him, in your words, utilizing him for what his resources is.
No, that's not what I said. I didn't
That's
say that.
literally the guy that you just described. You said, what is wrong with a woman wanting that because she wants an easier life? Listen, this is the problem with the
Who
black
doesn't
community.
want an easier life? There's a difference between using a man and, okay, it may be the narrative that may be different with you and me. I'm saying look for marriage from a man. And I didn't say that. I'm
Even
not
if it's
talking about
marriage, she's
just
still looking
being
for a come up.
used or whatever. Huh?
Listen, there's plenty of chicks that's married to dudes just because he had money, and the minute that he don't have money, she leave. That's a come
It's
up.
a natural want to be with somebody who isn't broke, is all I'm saying. I have a problem with women who keep dating dudes who are broke.
Between not wanting to be with a dude that, see, then it throws out the net. See, you know what's wrong with it? Because it goes against all of the different things that we've seen in society today. For example, feminism. Feminism has created, or it's supposed to be so that women can have the same opportunities as men, right? They want equal opportunity, which means that then they start to say they want a partner, right? So if they want a partner, then that means that they equally want to contribute, or they want to take equal risk, or they want to be held accountable at the same rate of men. The problem with this whole situation is because then we'll see a completely different narrative. And when a woman says, well, I see potential in a guy. Well, she can't see potential in a guy if she's trying to already marry him when he crosses the finish line, because you're not trying to build with him. You're just trying to use him for what it is that he has in order to make your life easier. And so that's the difference. Guys don't want to be used, but they want to take care of you. It's a difference between taking advantage of somebody and taking care of somebody, because
exactly.
Taking care of somebody is somebody that also provides an equal amount of value to whatever it is that you do. Think about it from the perspective of an employer and an employee, right? I don't mind paying you and giving you all of the benefits and making sure that your 401k is fully funded and you have the healthcare coverage for your children. But I also want you to bring value into the company and do your job effectively. I'm not trying to have a liability that I just take care of. And that's the difference. And one of the reasons why I also believe that it's not really conducive for a man to get married at a certain age, because marriage is largely for poor people and young people, right? From a man's perspective. For a woman, marriage is always going to be the best option. It's always going to be to come up for a woman. But marriage is largely for very, very young people that come together at a time that they don't have nothing in order to build together. That way you're much more powerful together if you both on the same page and you're equally yoked. And for poor people, so that they can come together and try to build wealth if they understand how to do it correctly. But for a man that's already polished, finished, a gem, successful, has built it on his own without any kind of help from anybody, and there's no woman that ever contributed to him, unless he wants kids, in which he want to raise that kid in an environment to where that kid come up in a two-parent household, it is no reason, not one reason in the world, for a man that is successful past the age of 30 to ever look at getting married, because all you're doing is putting yourself in a position of getting taken care of and being labeled as something in a woman's phone. That's it.
All right, let me get some other perspectives in there. Go ahead, She's So Lucky. What are your thoughts about
it? I think it's the way it's being portrayed in media. I think the way that Black women go about it is more so like, what does the song say? Don't be surprised if she asks where the cash at. They kind of operate with their hand out. It's not that other races of women don't want men to take care of them. It's the way that they're going about it. It's displayed as a transactional, like, if you want this ass, where the cash? You know, that's pretty much how it's displayed, like a prostitute. So in a sense, when you display it a certain way, you're going to get labels that you probably don't agree with. So even if you don't subject yourself to that way of thinking, if you display yourself like that, you represent something like that, you look similar like that, you stand with women who think like that, you're going to have that jacket of getting told you're a gold digger. And I think that's the difference. I think it just depends, because they're not saying I want an actual relationship for other qualities that sustain a long-term relationship. They're only looking at it for monetary gain. So I think that's the difference. When you're a gold digger, that's the only thing that you care about. So that means when his financials switch, or he's not at a certain level, or if what I have with your money satisfies me and it's not that important anymore, I'm on to the higher bidder. So I think that's the difference. It's how it's being displayed based on how they have conversations about relationship. They're not talking about the value of the man generally. They're talking about what he can do for her.
All right, Bruiser, what are your thoughts, sir?
Now, I was gonna say, I don't know why it's fixated on black women, but let's just entertain. So, if it's a black woman, I would say she would be justified to want security, depending on, how her father raised her. If she grew up in a household where she was able to witness a man securing his household, securing her mother, you know what I'm saying, already established, then I would say she'd be justified for wanting a man with security. But like in my case, my situation, I was lucky to meet my wife when, her father wasn't already established. She was able to witness him grind from having nothing to having everything. So that is where I would say I was able to have some type of grace, in my growth, instead of being with a woman who came into wealth, and then her father, looking at the men she bring in the household and like, hey, look, I showed you an example of what a man is supposed to be, and anybody worthy of getting hitched to you. Why would you go get this guy that don't have anything going for himself? So I would say a woman who's justified would be the ones who are, born into wealth.
Okay. Balance. What are your thoughts about it? Why are black?
Well, hold on 1 second, JR. What do you mean by a woman that's born into wealth?
When I say born into wealth, I mean for my experience, my wife's father, he retired the military and he retired DOD civilian. So he made sure everything. He had a house, he had cars, everybody had their own vehicles, all the bills were paid, debt was paid for. He had multiple streams of income coming in, and she wasn't necessarily born into that. He had to grind for that. She saw his grind. So that's why I say I had grace, because, my wife looked at me as a replication of,
Well,
what
I'm
her
not
father.
talking about your specific. I don't want to make it personal. I'm not talking about your specific issue.
Okay.
Your specific situation. Because when I'm thinking about a woman,
So look, take what's Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? What's the light-skinned girl name on there? I haven't watched it in a long time.
Hillary.
Hillary.
Is it Hillary? Okay, so like, let's say a guy that doesn't have anything going for himself. He has the potential to get there, but he wants to date Hillary. Can you imagine the standard that she would expect from a guy that's trying to date her, having Uncle Phil with all the riches?
Well, the reason that I say that is because that got to be less than 1% of black women. It's got to be less than 1% of black women that's ever born into wealth. Because when I think of born into wealth, I'm not even thinking of being born into a stable household with a guy that makes a decent amount of money. I'm talking about born into a specific situation where you can literally have anything you want at a beck and call. Not that you have security or your father did something. When I say born into wealth, for me, that means you got money. Like you balling. And so that's got to be less than 0.5% of black women in general.
Yeah, I was confused too about wealth.
So in the general sense, if that's less than 0.5%, and I'm just guessing, I don't know the statistics. If that's less than 0.5% of 0.5%, and we speak into the overwhelming majority of women, then that means that very rarely should any woman have that level of expectation.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Go ahead, JR. I'm sorry.
All right. Go ahead, Balance. What are your thoughts about it? Why black women label gold diggers for wanting security with a man?
I think it's to discourage women from hypergamy. In actuality, I think it's not just black women that are labeled gold diggers. I think it's women in general, but especially women of color are labeled gold diggers. But I don't think the label has ever stopped a woman from going after what she wants. So I don't think the label actually even matters. Yeah, and for women to want to choose a man that could raise her status in life shouldn't be considered negative or positive. It just is what it is. That's really how I feel about that.
Go ahead,
I
Ali.
see everybody crazy
Well,
tonight.
just like Anton said, we want to have a show that's gonna be honest, or I want to make sure that I don't trigger nobody tonight, because the man. This is the problem that happens in society again, where the men is stand on code with the women. Because correct me if I'm wrong, 70% of our women are not married. What's being said in the culture today is women saying they don't need men. Literally say, I don't need men. I don't need a marriage. And most women literally say he got to make as much as money as I do. Though I don't know if I have to keep going because it's just crazy. But it's like, and then the same thing that Anton just asked Mr. Lego is going to happen. I'll call out another one that's going to happen in the conversation. We're going to talk about women who are not doing what they're supposed to do in regardless to men. And then we say, hey, if that woman, you can't hold her accountable, or she can't submit to you, you need to throw her out in the street. But then later on, it's going to say, hey, women are like kids. You should accept that. So the same thing's going to happen. And this was happening in society. If we can't admit that women, so let's say this too. I want to make sure I make it clear. It's nothing wrong with a woman asking for financial stability to raise a family, right? We're going to say that. But all the brothers on these panels that I see all the time making videos say that men should push for families, companions, and babies, little babies, right? The women don't say that. Most of the women don't say that. There are a few women that say that. But it's funny that we're making videos addressing the fact that women are saying they don't need men in marriage and saying you got to make as much as me. So if you don't make $100,000, you don't make $200,000, she don't want you.
Well, doesn't that go against the whole gold digger hypergamy thing? If that's what women are saying, I want a man that makes as much and is more. It's not really about I need a man with money. They're like, I need a partner, or you know what I'm saying? So my whole thing is I embrace feminine energy. A woman wants what she wants. Whether she gets it doesn't really matter. But a woman is just going to, you know, she's naturally hypergamous. She's naturally going to want somebody, because the key to this saying right here is the word security. You know, Anton brought it to food, which is understood. But I looked at the word security, and when I seen security, I looked at it as a long-term thing and not just from a dating standpoint. Women need safety and security more than anything else. So once a woman meets a man and starts dating him, the first thing she needs to know, a non-traumatized woman, because some, you know, whatever, but a non-traumatized woman is going to say, okay, can this man make me feel safe and secure? Not even about money, just period, in his direction, or what, you know, where we going? Is he going to cheat on me? You know, all these different things. So security is about what she wants from the man from a long-term standpoint, you know. So as a gold digger, because like I said, I ain't heard the word in so long. Gold diggers are like chicks who just want to go out to eat at a nice restaurant, you know, food in the man's phone or whatever. But I don't know. I guess I don't really see that because I don't know. But just random chicks.
If you made 200, let me just go higher. If you made $500,000, Mr. Lego, do you need a woman to make $500,000, or do you need a companion?
Nope. She could be straight out of Walmart.
So if a woman, if we get that high in where it's going, because women went from I need $50,000, I need $100,000 to $150,000. Eventually, a woman going to say, if I make $1 million, I need a man to make $1 million. Does a woman need a man to make $1 million, or does she need a companion if she has $1 million? I'm asking you.
I know, but it goes back to what I say. One, nobody gives a damn about what women want, and two, nobody gives a damn what women want. So she's not going to get whatever it is she wants. She's going to get whatever she can get because she's a woman. Like men, especially at that level,
my brother, I didn't
we make the choices, and a lot of times the women are shooting the shots at the damn men, and not the men shooting their shots at the women. So nobody gives a damn about what women want. So all these internet and you know, podcasts, nobody gives a shit about what women want. Like, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
He even answered my question.
That's my answer to you, Ali. Like,
but that wouldn't even that had nothing to do with the question.
Matter. They just love to talk about, but they don't never get it. Does that make sense?
No, that wasn't the question.
Okay, they don't get what they say.
That's not. No. If she has $1 million, and she wants a man that has $1 million, not
gonna get him.
No, that's not. I didn't finish the question.
Okay.
Does she want $1 million, or does she want a man?
She wants $1 million.
Is that a gold digger?
No, who wouldn't like?
Okay.
What are you talking about?
You on live, Mr. Lego? You alive, Mr. Lego? You alive right now?
What do you? I don't understand what you're saying. Who? A person, no matter who they are, if they don't have $1 million,
If you made $1 million, if you made $1 million and you met a woman and you said, I need you to make $1 million before I can be with you, do you want $1 million or do you want the woman?
Okay, I see what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I think when it comes to a woman that makes, because that's the key word, she already has $1 million. She wants a man with $1 million because a lot of women have been, ran through and treated like crap. She doesn't want a man to use her for her $1 million. So the man has to have a certain amount of money so she won't feel like this man is in it for the money. Just like what we're talking about with women being in it for the money. So I think that's the reason why she needs a man to have the same amount of money, because she doesn't want to feel like the dude is going to, take her money or some shit.
That's changing the question though.
I'm just answering his question.
But that's not even going with this topic. Like,
but y'all said the same. But I could go. His question. So then nobody should get married, because then that's your bruiser's talking point and saying why men might not need to get married because one might take all his money.
Well, that's not mine, but I'm just saying women are more masculine and they operate like dudes. So, but they're still women naturally. So if a woman has a whole bunch of money, she's going to be like, I need a man with a whole bunch of money. And it's
so wait, let me back up. So if you meet a woman, right, and she bad, whatever, she's straight out of Walmart, right, and she knows how much money you make because you missed the let go. You know, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, you that dude. You understand? And she tell you straight up, listen, I like your bald head. And I like the glasses, but Mr. Let Go is assets over liabilities, big dog, just like your shirt say, right? And provision is protection first. And so I'm really here primarily because of your money and your status. I like you too, but I'm really only here mainly because of your money and your status. Are you going with her? You rocking with her?
Nope. The first thing I'm going to say, because she's straight out of Walmart, like, what kind of value are you going to have?
You said you'll take them straight out of Walmart.
But Mr. Let Go, you literally said that it's nothing wrong with a woman prioritizing getting taken care of, and that's the natural instincts and the state of what a woman should want. And so she's telling you straight up what she's expecting and what her number one priority out of you, but you're not rolling with her. Why not?
Because with what you just said, you didn't say anything that she has to offer. I don't have no problem.
You want them straight out of Walmart. If you was making $1 million, you taking her straight out of Walmart anyway. What you talking about? What is a woman that's coming straight out of Walmart? Hold on, Miss Let Go. What does a woman straight out of Walmart has to offer?
She got to have an education. That's what you
No. It's not about education. It's who she is.
What does she have to offer? What does a woman that's coming straight out of Walmart have to offer?
It depends on who she is. It's a who. It's a who thing. It's not a what thing.
Give me an example. What does she have to offer?
If she's in, like I always say, if a woman has a certain amount of intrinsic value.
Like what? Give me an example.
How she inspires me, like the conversations we have. Like,
you make $1 million a year. How can a woman straight out of Walmart inspire you, Mr. Lincoln?
What do you mean? Like, women, period, make me feel inspired. You? It's not about, hey, let me show you how to do this or do that or whatever. Like, just
like
you make $1 million a year.
Mr. Let Go, the atmosphere she sets up for you, how she makes you.
Y'all cannot do it. Y'all cannot co-sign like this. Y'all cannot do that. Let him speak.
Like, hold on, a chick like. Like for example, like I dated a yogi chick, right? She just all into yoga and shit, right? She had, I love that the aura she had about her, just all this. So, and it had nothing to do with money. It had nothing to do with all this other shit. It had something to do with who she actually was.
You know what's happening right now is the fact you won't admit that there's women that should expect some type of financial stability to start a family, and that there's gold diggers. That's all you have to do, family. And it's over.
Are we saying the women that are saying he has to make what she makes is a gold digger?
No,
makes
that's the
60,000
opposite of gold digger,
Well,
in my
I'm
opinion.
asking Ali because I like what he's saying, but this is a new understanding for me. If the average woman don't make $1 million, so let's just get that dollar amount out of here. If she made 60,000 a year, and she's saying that he used Kevin Samuels, I want a man that makes 60,000 a year, and she's basically putting what she makes next to what he makes. Are you saying that she's considered a gold digger even if what she makes is $1 million, and she's saying I want a man that make $1 million?
If she's asking for something that's substantially higher than what it takes to raise a family, healthy wise, if she's asking for something ridiculous, whatever number y'all want to pick, that's sufficient to raise a family, yes, that's a gold digger.
Ridiculous according to what? Her tax bracket?
According to if I make $100,000, do I need you to make $100,000?
No, I thought the roles were different for men and women.
No, the roles are different, right? So if I make $100,000, I need a companion to help me raise a family that I want to raise, right? And be on my page, correct? Now, if you have what you said, $60,000, and let's say I bring $60,000 to the table, is $120,000 sufficient to raise a family? Is what I'm asking you, Lucky.
And the woman makes 60 and he has 20,000?
Yes.
No, I would say he's not ready for marriage.
So you can't raise a family with $120,000.
Let's peel this back. Where does he live? What type of family? What school are they trying to go to? How is he trying to make them be raised on survival or a comfortable living?
No, that's not a comfortable living.
$20,000 is not enough for just a
how much should two people make? That total income for a healthy to raise a family. Okay. Because then because if you say that,
it depends.
I'm asking for a reason.
Wait, because y'all, I think y'all both got the wrong numbers. She's saying if he make 20,000 and she makes 60, versus you saying 60 and 60.
Oh yeah, I thought she said 60 and 60. The main thing
I'm saying, like, coming into it, we don't have a family yet, because that's how you can deem her a gold digger. Coming into the situation, she makes a certain amount and he makes less than her. Are we saying if her amount is higher than the average man, she has no right to be asking for a man to make equal of what she makes, because that would
wait. Let's use that number though. Because 60 and 20 is 80, and the average household income across the United States is $67,000 a year, right? So at 80, if he makes 20 and she makes 60, is he ready? Are they ready for marriage? Is he ready for marriage?
That's what I was going to ask. If she can take on the role as the provider and he's cool with, it being whatever the other, I would say, yeah, they are, because we're talking about compound living. Now, if she's looking for him to be the provider and her to eventually kick up and put her feet up, whatever the case may be, that wouldn't be enough, because she's looking for him to be the provider. She's not looking for a relationship where she's more of the breadwinner and he's not. You get what I'm saying? So it just depends.
It sounds like, y'all, honestly, the way that I hear this being described, it basically sounds like women are looking for a retirement plan.
Right.
Yeah, that's all it sounds like to me. It sounds like women are looking for a come up so that they can then retire based off of the fact that they're trying to throw a roll back onto a man that they advocated against when it came to feminism and actually looking for equal across the board. It looked like women are looking for a come up. And if a woman is looking for a come up, from my perspective, that is the very definition of a gold digger. Because
that was where I was trying to get. If we're talking about her wanting equal, then she wants a partnership, like Mr. Lego said. But if her end goal is for him to take over everything and he's starting off with less than her, then yeah.
Okay, let's explore that though. So he takes over everything, and then what does she do?
I guess,
and I'm gonna tell you why I asked this question.
It would flip, right? It would flip where she's now the stay-at-home or whatever their conditions are, and he's more of the breadwinner. He's the provider.
Okay, so what does she do? He takes care of everything. She got a retirement plan. She get the pension. She get the 401k. She get a lifestyle. She get the car. She get the insurance. She get everything. Now, what does she do now?
I guess what most women are saying now, they want a man to, like you just said, in a sense, buy their freedom, leisure. They want to be able to be, what are they calling it, soft girl, or, they want to be able to do nothing. Basically, I've worked hard. My money paid for this. I want to retire, pretty much. I want him to retire me, and he just take the front seat of everything. That's what it sounds like.
That's crazy. That is
it's crazy, because it's funny. if we made $100,000, you didn't make nothing, and we were taking care of you, we could raise a family. But somehow now, if I don't have nothing,
I have a question.
I didn't even finish. Oh, go ahead. I didn't even finish.
I'm just curious. I just want to ask a question, and I'm not coming for you, none. I'm just literally asking. Don't you take care of your wife?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
You talking to me?
Yeah,
but my wife worked for me.
Yeah, don't you take care of her?
And here's the context, and this is why I said that I was. This is why I was going to say I add the context, and this is why I was going to ask a question. Because historically, just because the man was the breadwinner did not mean that the woman did not work, right? She worked, especially back in the day, right? Like she worked around the house. She worked when it came to, doing a lot of the other contributing to the family and all of that. It was a full-time job raising a child, washing the clothes. You had to do that physically. It wasn't no washing machines and dryers, right? It was clotheslines, right? You had to do that physically, right? It was planting gardens. You had to actually go out and buy the food every day. It wasn't no storage. It wasn't no refrigerators, right? You had to shop and cook. You had to buy what you were going to eat every day. She cooked every single day for multiple kids. The kids, when they got old enough to even be able to think clearly, they were working around the house. Often at times people had large families so that they can work and build the wealth for the family, right? They were farming. They were doing all of this type of stuff. Now we've grown to where society has become so civilized and technology has advanced so much to where women don't do any of that anymore. I know women that get their groceries delivered to them, literally. And so when I ask that question, I say, okay, well, what is she going to do? Because yeah, I'm the breadwinner and yeah, I take care of it. But I will tell you every single time, like my wife literally just went to the bathroom, but the laptop is right there and she's working. Like she's literally working. Anybody that sends me an email, any kind of booking, any kind of sponsorship, when it comes to a lot of the different things that we're doing on a regular basis, she is the one that handles all of that so that I can clear my schedule and I can actually do what it is that I do on a regular basis. So my wife, yeah, she lives a softer life now to where she doesn't have to physically go out and bring in resources or anything like that. But from the very beginning, we built this together. Like this wasn't just like me. Like she's always been in the trenches, even as a mother. And I don't think, and when I hear women say, well, they just want to retire and they just want to come up, my chick literally asks me every single day, how much more value can she add? What is it that I have for her to do? How is it? Like, that's the mentality that I need from a woman that's on my team. How is it you asking me what it is that you need me to do in order for me to, you know what I'm saying, for you to continue to add value and for you to continue to be a help me? I need a woman with that type of mentality. I'm more than willing to give her everything that she wants because her intentions are pure and she genuinely adds value on a regular basis. But a woman just looking to come up and retire, that's not a wife to me.
But isn't that based on the type of man you are? So let's say we just put a dollar amount out there and assume that because he's making this dollar amount, he's this hardworking man who requires her to do X, Y, and Z. What if the way he make money is just clock in? He's also a lazy person too, and they have a couple.
I don't know no man.
I'm not saying
I'm not
saying you do know that. I'm just saying that's based on you. So whatever her duty would be based on what that man requires her to do, right? You have some cultures where they work. There's no such thing as retirement. They work, right? Because they're trying to build, like y'all mentioned, wealth. That means my grandkids don't have to want for nothing. Some people, they reach certain levels and then they want to retire and they want to be lazy. So if we're talking about she came in initially with her own money and she was more of the breadwinner before him and then he built up, that's the scenario I was talking about. Like when we're talking about she has to have equal amount, he has to have equal amount of money as her. If they get to a level, whatever her duty is based on what that man requires for said woman. You get what I'm saying? Not everybody want a wife.
I don't think that plays out either, because first of all, that type of woman that talks to a guy that makes significantly less than her, she's not submissive to him, right? That's not even the same dynamic of a traditional relationship.
Right.
Will never be submissive to him ever. That's A. I don't believe that she even looks at him in the same vein, or she even respects him from the same perspective as a traditional woman. I don't, because she knows that she has say so and she has just as much sway in the decision-making process of what happens in that household, because she controls what happens with the finances, and she brings in the majority of the resources. Subconsciously, there's no way in the world that she's ever going to subject herself 100% to him. Now, she may marry him, right? They may be in a partnership, and that's why you see women say, I want a partner now.
Yeah,
it's
which
not
is
the
disgusting.
same as a traditional relationship.
It's
And that's
not.
cool, right? If that's what you do, I'm not knocking it. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing. That's the dynamics of y'all relationship. But that is not the same as what women are requiring when we talk about bringing in resources and a man being a breadwinner. I don't know any man that has ever said that I want to get married to a woman so that I can retire.
So
They may say that
That's my problem.
continue to contribute to a woman, or I'm going to continue to build her up, or I put her through school so that I don't have to work as hard, or so that I can kick back a little bit more, and you know what I'm saying, or whatever, so on and so forth. But I don't know any guy that have the sentiment of a woman that say that I'm gonna marry them so that I can sit back and do nothing.
So Anton, are you saying men have to qualify for submission?
What are you talking about?
Are you saying men have to qualify for submission? You said
No,
if
they don't have to qualify for it. I'm telling you the nature of a woman. She won't submit to a guy in the same way that a woman that is traditional in a traditional marriage, in a traditional marriage where the guy is the breadwinner, a woman that overwhelmingly makes more than a guy, in most situations, he emasculates him.
Gabrielle Union.
So that's a qualifier.
But Tabitha Brown,
It's not a qualifier. No, she should be submissive, but it doesn't mean that she is submissive.
Right.
Tabitha Brown is a little different to me, though, Lucky.
Yeah, don't
she
bring
has
Tabitha in here now.
She has
Come on.
Well,
her heart is different than
Right.
Gabrielle Union. She was raised right.
Yeah, she's a totally different woman. That's a totally different woman.
So let me ask y'all this.
Shout out to
Let me
Tabitha
ask y'all
Brown.
this. Let me ask this question. If a woman wanting security means she's a gold digger, what makes a man a gold digger? What can a man want that makes him a gold digger?
No such thing.
We didn't say
What
that.
are you talking about?
We haven't
bro?
said that.
That's not even a topic.
I didn't say anybody did say that. I simply asking a question.
There's no
Okay, look.
You could say it's no such thing. That's fine. I'm just asking the question.
So you talking about men who like to use women for their money? That the woman pays for money.
I didn't say anything about money. I said if a woman wanted security, makes her a gold digger, according to the topic. What can a man want that would make him a gold digger?
He'll be called
That's
something.
not what
else.
we're talking about, though.
Gold digger's only about somebody wanting gold, dollars, money. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So
okay, that's fine. I was just asking a simple
women
question.
wanting security from a man. What are you talking about, bro?
I'm saying it's a simple question. It's a simple question. It's saying like
not the topic.
Hold on. It's just a simple question, bro. And I know it ain't the topic, but we've been talking about all these other things that don't have anything to do with the topic.
Because it's the topic.
But a lot of the phrases and words I use is in the topic. I was just asking a simple question.
I got a question. So if a woman, would a woman date a man or be with a man who is living in a, let's say, one bedroom apartment? He's able to provide in that way. Let's say the apartment is nice, it's gated or whatever, has amenities and all this type of stuff. One bedroom apartment. So I don't know, 25 years old. Would you think in today's time a woman would date a man like that?
Yes.
What the apartment?
Say that one more time. Say that one more time. The numbers.
The apartment because he's single with no kids. Like, why would he have a mansion if he doesn't? You know what I'm saying? So it depends from a contextual standpoint.
Okay.
I think that in a general sense.
Same thing with me, lady. That was asking a question too, but it seemed like
for most women, they start to pay more attention to security the older.
I got you, Bruce. I heard you.
It's all good, bro.
The older that they get, the more they start to pay attention to security. Women that are younger tend to look at the other things. They go by the fact of whether they love them or all of those other things. Those play more of a factor. And it doesn't mean that they're not also looking to come up too, but that plays more of a factor. And whether or not they actually like the guy more. But women that get older, they start to look at money more.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm thinking it's like older, like 20, I don't know, 28 and up. But my problem with women is, you have a man who's making money, which is fine, But if you are only wanting a man with money so you could go relax, go shopping, go get your eyebrows done, get your hair done, but you're not even doing the simple stuff as cooking and cleaning or making, forget the cleaning, right? You hire a maid if that's money he has, but providing some nutrition to your household. I see women can't even do that. And I'm trying to see what the problem is with just doing the basics. Then when you have the kids, you're gonna have to do the same thing and even more because they're children. So you want your children to have a good upbringing in the house. So why is it that women want to put their feet up watching reality TV instead of helping build, like what Anton was saying about his business? You don't have to have a business to help your house. You could work 9 to 5, but you still going to have somebody in the house doing that job. It's called a teamwork effort. If he's working 9 to 5 and the woman's just sitting down doing nothing, he come home, ain't nothing done, house is dirty, no food. What kind of house is that? It's like a roommate. So if women are
Well,
not,
what kind of wife did he pick? A man generally with a certain mindset, I don't think he would marry a woman that shows those qualities where those qualities are shown before you actually get to the altar, right? So
well, no,
why would
there's
he be in a situation with a woman who just watching reality TV, not doing absolutely anything? Like a man who is a certain mindset of a man, he's not even going to pick that type of woman, or am I wrong?
No, so initially they don't want to pick that type of woman. It's just that women like to finesse and act like they're doing these things, and when they get that ring, it's done.
It's a lot happening like that.
Yeah, I've seen it many times, and that's the part is sad, I think. And men, it's hard to tell who is who, especially today. Everybody looking the same, doing the same shit, want the same shit. It's hard to pick who's actually a good woman. That's why I say when you dating, people need to have more.
No, it's very easy. It's very, very easy. You want me to give you the blueprint?
Go ahead.
Don't pick a woman that got more than $25,000 in student loan debt. Don't pick a woman that got credit card debt. Don't pick a woman that is not gainfully employed, that has not been working for at least 2 years straight at a specific job, unless she's moved on from that job from a previous job, right? These are the fundamentals, right? Because this is the stuff that is character. A woman that has significant school debt, let's say that she got $80,000 in school debt. She looking for a come up. You signing up to die. You're going to kill yourself trying to save that chick. Leave her alone. If she's not responsible enough to even be able to handle her own school debt or make the right decisions as she was coming up, she's not a wife.
That's true.
If she is a woman that is not working and is not gainfully employed, she is not a wife. If she is a woman that spends more time going out and hanging out with her friends than she does actually building and doing something that's constructive and doing something that adds value to her life, such as going to work, she is not a wife. All right. If she is a woman that is single and she dates a lot, she is not a wife. It is so many easy ways for you to be able to vet and easily filter out the people that you don't want to be around. The problem is that people still subject themselves to these same people, and then they say it ain't no good girls out of here. You got to filter them out the same way if you was looking for a house and you go on Trulia, then you say, listen, I don't want nothing above this particular price, and I don't want anything below these amount of bedrooms, and it's got to be in this particular area, and it's got to have a dishwasher. That list is going to go way down, and you're going to have three options, and they're going to be in the neighborhood that you wanted in, and those are the ones that you start to look at as a wife. Do not look at every single option. I don't scroll through and look at every single Airbnb to figure out which ones I want. I go through and I say, I want this. It's got to be a super host. It's got to be instant book. All of the stuff that junk go from 1,000 options to about 4. I know what I want.
Let me ask you this, Anthony.
Hold on, Bruce. Let me get Curves and Precious and Balance in there real quick. Curves, you want to add to this conversation? Going once. There you go.
Yeah, I want to start off by saying most men that use the term gold diggers, I feel like they have no gold to dig. They're just saying that shit. Like, what gold are we digging? And I'm speaking in women in general, not me personally. But on the other hand, I also do say there are certain women who want things and they've never seen it, they've never had it, and that's just what it is. But me growing up personally, I watched my dad be a protector, be a provider. My mom got to choose whether she wanted to work a 9 to 5 or not. However, in terms of me, I don't mind working with somebody. I don't mind seeing where you're at. I will meet you there. If I see that you have goals, plans, you're actually working on something, I'm with that. So but when, like, I've never seen a man that actually like really has money use the term gold digger. Like it's always men who don't have any gold to dig that use that term. So that's all I have to say on that.
Where you meeting these said guys at? I'm curious.
I'm not gonna go through that with you right now, but I'm just saying any wealthy man that I've met and what I do, like I've never heard that term. Like most men, especially like older men that have money, they don't trip. Like they be trying to spend money on young women. They be trying to like give out their money. It's not like, oh my God, she's gold.
I agree.
It's like they
agree.
want to do that.
But see, I agree,
So that's
because
what I'm saying.
it's a sucker born every minute. But we're not talking about dudes that just want to trick off a little bit, because those are called prostitutes. Those are prostitutes. Okay. We don't like to put the label on them. We can call them call girls. Yeah. We can call them nightly bust downs or whatever. But women that have sex for money, we call those prostitutes. But they don't marry them, and that's
right. Exactly.
The only reason that they pay for them, honestly, is because their time is worth more than actually trying to spend time trying to game them and have a conversation with them over the phone. They don't have time for that.
I wasn't talking, Anton. I'm not talking about like men actually trying to marry that woman. I'm just talking about the wealthy men that I have seen that spend money on women. Mm-hmm. Like they don't call them gold diggers. They want it, and I get what you're saying. They're not trying to exchange their time for. I get what you're saying, but
okay. So let me ask you another question.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen a man in person ask a woman what her body count is?
No.
But they still want to know.
Do they?
Yes.
Okay.
Because that's one of the differentiating factors to determine whether or not you're a wife or you're a bust down. Right? So they don't have to ask you, right? They don't have to say it verbally. It doesn't mean that they're not conscious of what to look for when it comes to dealing with certain type of women. And that's how we slot them, right? I don't have to say, are you a gold digger? I can just identify it and then move accordingly around her.
Yeah, like think of a woman. You ever seen like a woman go, let's say shopping, and there's a man who, let's say, is driving a Honda, right? And then there's a man who's driving a BMW. Okay, both of them look good. They all that stuff that women want today. Are you or whoever gonna go to the man with this nice ass BMW, or are you gonna go to the man with the Honda, which is nice too? It's just a Honda. I'm just saying there's nothing wrong with a Honda. I'm just saying there's women who look at it like that. If a woman goes to a man with the BMW instead of the man with the Honda, and they both kind of the same type of dude, you're not gonna say that the woman that wants this BMW is that she's with him for that only.
But see, I'm gonna say that the woman that's going to the dude with the BMW might be short-sighted, because I'm pretty sure the dude with the Honda's car is paid off. He probably got good benefits. I know a lot of dudes that's got a lot of money that drive Hondas.
Yeah,
and that's what I was about to say, especially in Atlanta. These dudes be broke as hell riding around in expensive ass cars.
They do. It's just women don't know that. Like I don't believe most women understand that. I just wanted to ask a simple question, because they're not thinking about what's paid off and all this great stuff that is very, intelligent mind. But there's women who don't think like that. They're like, oh, that's nice, eye candy. Women who pick the guy with this BMW because he has a BMW are gold diggers all the way. Because you're not even giving the other man a chance, and they both the same dude. They both make money. It's just that he don't got that, and that's what you want because it look nicer or whatever. And that's a problem. Those are,
and I think that's the gold digger part,
right?
Like the symbols of the money and not the security,
right?
Because women naturally want a feeling of security moving forward, and that is what I'm saying. There's nothing wrong with that, but now that you add context to the gold digger side of it, is he got a BMW or he got a Mercedes versus he has a Honda. Now we're talking about gold diggers, because earlier when I was talking about the things a woman offers, Anton said like emails and all this other shit. I would love to have that, but I can't just say this woman that I just dated, hey, I want you to do all this other stuff. She may be terrible at it. You know what I'm saying? So next thing you know, I'm not gonna hire a woman just because she's my lady, because she's there. No, it's other people that may be better at copy or whatever it is that I need her to do. So she would at least manage the person that I'm hiring to do all that stuff. So she will be put to work, but that's not what I would require from her because she may suck at it. The thing that I require is the intangible things that I need, like, you know, like I said earlier. But yeah, that's a way a woman can actually put work in. But like I said, a woman may not be as good at whatever it is that you need her to do versus an assistant. So you can't just say, I want a woman to come in and work for me. Well, you got to interview that woman as if she's going to work for you and then start dating her, because she's going to screw up your business because she don't know what the hell she's doing. You know, the typical woman don't know what she's doing, you know, so that's all I'm saying. That's the reason why I didn't bring that up. But yeah, man, it's a lot of intrinsic value that a woman can bring to a guy that you can't really specifically say that, you know, explain until she brings it.
I hold tight, because we got to move on, y'all. Shortly, before we do, let me get to Bruiser, Balance, and Precious. If you want to add some more to it, close us out. Go ahead, Bruiser.
No, I was just going to ask Anton. I know he said it's like less than 1% of women who come from less than 5% that come from wealth. And I was asking him, what is the percentage of women that's left to date that, you know, has 20K or more than 20K in student loan debts, you know, less than 2 years, credit card debt, you know, and out hanging with friends. That's got to be a real small amount of women out here that don't have 20K in student loans and credit card debt. So I'm saying, like,
fresh out of Walmart has no student loan debt. I just want to say that.
Okay, that's cool.
Facts.
All right, like, we'll see if Anton answer that when he gets back. Balance, you want to add to it?
I don't know if you can hear me or if I'm echoing.
No, you're good.
Okay, because on my side, it kind of sounds like an echo. But I want to give you a personal example of somebody I courted with years ago. So he met me in a Ford pickup truck. And I just, you know, I'm my normal self. I got in happy, you know, ready to go. And he was so shocked and surprised. He was like, you're the first woman that actually got in this truck. He was telling me that women would not get in his truck. They didn't want to be seen in his old Ford. And I was like, there's no way that's true. And he said it happened with the last 5 women. They refused to be seen in a Ford old pickup truck. And I'm like, it's just a car. You know, it doesn't matter. It gets you from A to B. We good. And he was just so shocked and surprised. And was showing me pictures of, I guess, the other cars he has. And he was like, women would never know what I have because they never make it that far. And I thought it was just funny.
He showed you pictures of other cars he had?
Yes. Don't ask me why. I'm just telling you what happened. He was just, Lady Di, you know, he was just trying to show like women never make it this far. And I just thought it was funny because he uses his old pickup truck to like filter out women. And I'm like, hey, do what you gotta do. That's
all. Appreciate that, Miss Balance. Bruiser had a question for you, Anton. Did you hear the question?
No, I was asking him. He was saying there's a lot of women out here, but then he put this criteria or these the
filter.
I wouldn't say limitations, but filters on them, and I think those filters. I have to go look at the numbers again. I'm just seeing if you may have already looked at those numbers as far as putting a filter of 20K student debt, a woman that don't have that. And a woman who's been employed more than 2 years, and a woman who don't have credit card
consistently at the same job. Yeah.
So I'm saying, like, what is the amount percentage on that? Because I know you had gave me a percentage about women coming from wealth, specifically. I think Black women had to be less than like 5%.
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully, it's very, very small because you only need one.
True.
That's the goal. Like the goal is to filter through so that you don't ultimately have to, you know, go through a whole lot of women so that you can actually find the person that you want, your person, right? You want to find the person that adds the most value to you, the one that is not overly ran through, the one that's not easily available for everybody, and that's the person that you want to be with.
That's Bruiser. That's why my husband married me too, because the point that Anton said was very valid. Having a woman that has student loans that are like low is good, because a lot of people today really have high ass student loan debt to where I'm like, y'all niggas need to go bankrupt. How it look, it's like 250 and all this type of stuff. Me, I literally only have 5,000 student loan debt, and I didn't have high credit card bills and stuff. I'm saying this as a personal, because it's true. What he said is very, because my husband wouldn't have married me if I had something way more than that. What I had was like reasonable. Okay, cool. He looked at my age. All right. He looked at all that before he said, all right, I'm gonna do this. So yeah, I like that.
You know, the thing about it, it's not that a woman that has a lot of student loan debt is bad, is that it's going to be a bad situation for you, because then you adopt all of that debt. That's the problem. Like, it doesn't make you a bad person because you wanted to go to school, or maybe you made some mistakes. Awesome. You're not the woman for me, because I'm not willing to pay for that. I don't see the intrinsic value, the return on my investment of getting back more. I'd rather spend $120,000 on getting another property than spending it on a woman.
And that's the reason why I jokingly say I take a chick straight out of Walmart. It's a joke, but at the same time, a chick that has all this student loan debt and all these degrees and all this other shit, that's cool. But it's a lot that comes along with that. So a woman that has no student loan debt and just works a normal everyday job, most likely from an attitude standpoint and from a financial standpoint, she'll easily be able to fit into what I got over here, because my life is a little bit different than, because if a woman like done spent her whole life trying to do this,
I'm gonna keep it brief. I gotta move on.
Yeah, and then she comes in over here with me, and I want her to do something different. It's going to be more difficult for her to make some changes if she don't spend her whole life trying to do something else. So that's what I'm saying.
All
right, go ahead, take us home, Precious.
I spoke on it.
Okay.
In the beginning, but honestly, if you don't work, you don't eat, and that's that.
There you go. All right, if you guys just tuned in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Shout out to the sponsor, TJ. Let me go ahead and get to these super chats real quick. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Right. My thing is updating right here, so it's talking off my Mac right now. We got the super chats. Kelly Convo said, "Let's go." Salute to the panel, sending a lot of courage. Shout out to my babe, Lapeef J. I have a great show. Support the network. Hit the like button. Marcus Evans, $2 says, "All playing chess, bro. Wow." Marcus Evans, $10 says, "Both Anton and Ali is making Mr. Leck look dumb as hell." Marcus Evans, $5 says, "Curry trying to save Mr. Let Go." Will G, $2 also member says, "Let Go never disappoints, pure comedy." Kevin Smith, $20 says, "Funny how women know the price of everything, but know the value of nothing." Aaron Willie, whatever, $199. "How much did Balance pay to get on Anton team?" Marcus Evans, $10 says, "Really lucky." Trucker Yale, $5 also member says, "Man, get this MF off the panel, Mr. Let Go. Go stand in the corner or something. Tell the truth." Who was, and stand on it. Coming for you, Mr. Let Go. I know you ain't tripping. Marcus Evans, $10 says, "Cook, Anton." Also, Kelly Combo 199 says, "There are male gold diggers that are called gigolos." Latasha Rassam, $9.99. "You are absolutely correct. I left my job to go in business with my husband. I asked him, what more can I do to add value to our business? I'm making more money than ever, doing significantly less." Trucker Yell $5 member says, "Shout out to Rita for being that very high quality woman, and to the other 10 to 20% of high quality women. Respect the rest of wash y'all ass. LOL." Marcus Everton says, "You all good, Bruiser. Just ignore the nonsense." The Sean Antonio Experience 199 says, "Women at Lady Die." Shamar Lawrence, $20 says just for Anton wife list. Thank you, Anton. We got $50, Anton.
Shout out to Michael Jones, says, what makes a man a gold digger? What the hell, Bruiser, talking about? Bruiser. Not that stuff tonight, Bruiser. Shout out to Michael Jones. Listen, we appreciate you, Mike. Big Mike. We calling you Big Mike tonight because you brought out the guns. You hit us with the 50 ball. Shout out to Big Mike. We appreciate you, big dog. JR, you muted. You muted, JR.
Oh, I thought mine went on mute.
I got you, JR. Michael Jones with the 50 ball said, what makes a man?
Oh, all right, I'm good. Now, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, JR. We read that one. We already hit this one.
No, he sent it twice.
Oh, this is the second one. Oh, snaps. Mike.
Hold on, I'm trying to.
Mike Jones is in the building. Said, what makes a man a gold digger? What the hell is Bruiser talking about? Bruiser, don't start that crazy stuff tonight. He corrected himself. He paid another $50 just to correct the
Yo, that's crazy.
He emphasized. Yeah, we got some ballers in the chat tonight. Shout out to Mike Jones. Who? Mike Jones is in the building.
Yeah, my bad. My roadcaster was did an update, shut off on me. But Arnold Allen, reading Arnold Allen III, $2 says, how much does it cost for submissive eyebrows? Congo English, $10. I think that's all of them, right, Anton?
That's all of them.
All right. Thank you guys for hitting those super chats. If you haven't already, again, make sure you guys hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Now, time to move on to our next topic, which is called boundaries and handcuffs. I'm going to go ahead and play this clip.
Respect boundaries, not handcuffs and leashes. There's a big difference between a leash and boundaries. A leash is telling a person what she can and can't do. You can't wear this. You can't do this. That's a leash. That's handcuffs. You can't go here. You need to be in the house at 10 p.m. That's handcuffs. Those are leash. That's a leash. Boundaries are, this is what I require to be with me. Respect. You're going to respect me. You're going to carry yourself a certain type of way. You're free to do whatever you want to do, but make sure you respecting me. Make sure you respecting this relationship. You can go do whatever you want to do, right? And when women respect your boundaries, they're not going to do whatever they want to do. When you have boundaries, they get to make the decision if they want to stay within the boundaries or not. And a lot of times, 9 times out of 10, they're going to choose to stay within those boundaries if they want the relationship to be successful.
All right, there you go. That's the context, boundaries versus handcuffs. Bruiser, I'm going to go to you first. Sir. What are your thoughts?
I think he's just full of shit. Excuse my language. I think he's full of crap.
What?
The reason why I say that is it's the same thing. It's just one on the boundaries. He's just adding context to why you should not do it. It's the same thing.
What? Bruiser, what the
It's
hell?
the same thing. He's saying don't go out at night. You got to be in at 10. That's a leash. Then he say don't do these other things. Don't disrespect me, and then he went in he elaborated on why you shouldn't do the things that he don't want you to do.
No, Bruiser, boundaries is you governing yourself. It's me not having to tell you because we're together. You knowing that these are guidelines because we are in a relationship. I'm gonna let you do you, whether that's you going out dressing like a hoochie mama going to the club, or whether you doing whatever it is, but that's you governing yourself and you knowing the boundaries that you set around yourself. Like that's
okay. So if a man tell you, hey, I don't want you to be out till 2 in the morning, that's considered, according to him, that's considered a leash, right?
No, that's you stating what you what do you?
Well, I'm saying the way he said it. You going out all these type of nights with your friends, don't do that. That's considered a leash, right?
Correct.
Handcuffs,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
He's just
So
saying
if I was to,
you deciding not to do it because you
okay, hold on. But I'm getting somewhere. So if he turn around and say, hey, look, respect me. Don't do nothing that you know you're not supposed to be doing. Respect me, as your man. So if you look at it as a way of respect, you would be like, okay, I probably don't need to be out too late because I'm a wife. You get what I'm saying?
No, the boundary is the standard you have. So you shouldn't have to keep tabs on somebody to make sure they're not respecting your boundaries. He's saying if you are standing on these are my boundaries, these are the standards that I set. If she respects you, she's gonna operate within those anyway. You don't have to keep tabs on her to make sure she's not.
So he said these are the boundaries, these are the standards that I'm setting.
Like I said, that's her.
But what are they? He has to go into detail on what these boundaries.
Yeah, but you're not hawking her down. Hey, are you making sure? Hey, you know you're supposed to be. You're not her parole officer. Is the difference between a handcuff. When you start acting like her parole officer, now you're trying to make her respect you. When there are some men who just set and say these are the boundaries, and she gonna remember them because she wants to be in your presence. I know damn well if I'm with Ali and I know these are the standards that he has set. He doesn't have to keep telling me what not to wear to the club. I already know what to do. I already know not to go to the club because those are his boundaries. Now, a man that I don't respect, he's going to have, hey, you out there at night. He going to keep tabs on her because now he has to operate and put a leash on her because she doesn't respect. If she respects you, you don't need a leash. He's going to operate as if there's one already. That's the difference.
Bruiser, let me give you an example of boundaries and leash. Any woman that I'm with, she don't do girls trips, right? Just as an example. I don't ever have to have a conversation about her saying, hey, me and my girls gonna go on a girls trip. Cause I don't do all the girls trip shit. We're not doing that over here. So it's a conversation that's never gonna have to be had. Because in the beginning, I established that as my requirements. In conversation, I'll say, this is something that I have an issue with. This is something, just in conversation. Sometimes it could be something we looking at a movie. Oh, hell no. You into this type of shit? Then she might say, no, I'm not into that. Okay, done. It's established. All right, no girls trips. Or just an example. So a leash would be, hey, you better not do this while you go on a girls trip. You know what I mean? So it's an established rule that you just don't, or established boundary that you just don't go over. And it never has to be talked about because you establish that as, a requirement in the beginning.
So you're saying the leash and the handcuff is repetitively having to say it all the time, every time she commit a specific action. So if she try to do something, you're constantly saying, hey, look, I got you under the spotlight. I'm gonna constantly micromanage everything you're doing.
Like when you work at a company, they're going to give you a pamphlet that says, don't do this, don't do that. If you late a certain amount of times, you get rolled up, you get fired or whatever, and you don't do those things.
Okay,
and
so the way you explain it, you went into context on, hey, don't be out all night. You were saying it as if I'm not going to keep.
He's not going to be out all night, period, because it was set in the beginning. It's never going to happen. And if it happens, you out on the street. You just out. You get what I'm saying? Just like a job.
Listen, I totally understand the way you're putting it.
You're just going to get fired. You're out.
I totally understand the way you're putting it. But the guy in the video, he didn't put it like that. He didn't break it down like you brought it down. You added more context to it.
I get where Bruiser's coming from on just the video, and I get what Lucky's saying, all the way correct. But what Bruiser's saying is like, if a man says, "Hey, don't go out," and then the other man says, "Don't go out," and then he gives an explanation, both of them probably have the same explanation. One just didn't say it, and one did. So is that
I'm making it more complicated than it have to be? A woman that respects you, you shouldn't have to explain to her how it is that she's moving. Okay. Putting a leash on a chick is basically trying to monitor and be overprotective, right? Or not even overprotective, but overbearing to an extent, right? Bro, like, I'm not about to monitor you. I'm not about to chase you. I'm not about to do anything. But at the same time, a woman should understand in a general sense that she's a reflection of me when she goes out. And so she shouldn't disrespect me like she wouldn't disrespect herself. Right? Treat yourself in a similar way that you would treat me because you're an extension of me. For me, it's very much that simple. Now, me as a man, I'm not about to be overbearing. I'm not chasing you. I'm not doing any of that type of stuff because, that's just not me. I'm not overbearing. I don't need a leash on you. I'm actually trying to unleash you because you going out there and doing what you're supposed to do actually brings in more resources and I'm trying to figure out where your strong suits are so I can get you out there. I'm not trying to keep it contained. right? A lot of guys, I've seen guys that only want their chick in the house all the time. They don't want them out there. They don't want them with no friends. They don't want anything like that. That's having a leash on her, right? But a boundary is basically him saying, listen, I want you to go out. I want you to go have fun. I want you to go do things, but just don't be disrespectful. That's the difference.
I want to agree and say that a boundary is something that a secure man will give you. Handcuffs comes from an insecure man. And I could give you guys a personal example. Like an insecure man is putting tracker devices on your car, going through your phone, checking your text messages and your computer. I know because it happened to me. That's insecurity in handcuffs, and it's not fun. It's terrible. But then you have a secure man that you respect. He'll tell you to get on his program and respect his boundaries, and he only has to tell you once. And it shouldn't be hard for you to understand. Like, he tells you, this is my boundary. You don't do this. I don't like that. You're like, okay, I respect that. It's two completely different things, at least in my experience. So I respect a man that has boundaries. That's a man that I can respect. Handcuffs is somebody insecure that just can't stand the thought of another man looking at you, talking to you. They can't handle it because they're insecure individuals. But a man who is secure in himself, he's going to let you do what you want as long as you're respecting him as a man whenever you're doing it. So
I'll make it even more simple for you. A boundary is, listen, you know you're a reflection of me, dress appropriately. A leash is, I want to tell you what it is that you're supposed to wear on a daily basis. That's the difference. I need to see what you look like before you go out.
It's micromanagement.
It's very simple for me. It's not that difficult.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I said, micromanagement. And I think that comes from not trusting that when she walk out of her wardrobe or her bedroom with her clothes, you don't think she's competent enough to dress appropriately. So I think it's just a lack of communication. Just like if you take the shoe and put it on the other foot, as far as boundaries and handcuffs.
But I mean, I shouldn't have to communicate with you not to dress like a slut.
Yeah, but then if you put the shoe on the other foot and a woman say, hey, look, I shouldn't have to tell you how to cater to my emotions, or I shouldn't have to tell you my love languages. You should be able to
That's
figure
totally
them out.
different now.
that's way different, bro.
Totally different.
That's why I said put the shoe on the other foot, so you'll know that I'm making a difference.
It's not, you can't.
You're saying a woman's boundaries,
I'm saying whenever all I'm saying is whenever you say you have boundaries, when I say open communication is communicating what those boundaries are, so that they don't get no one crosses the boundary, so to speak. So I'm saying it's a matter of having communication between each other and then trusting that the person would take that communication that you had together and put it into action.
And if they overstep the boundary, they'll respect the fact they overstepped it and they won't do it again. I feel you.
I don't.
Right.
Let me go to get.
I'm trying to understand what he's saying. Like,
He just makes it complicated sometimes. I don't
didn't
know
make it
why.
Complicated. I just said it's a matter of open communication and
kinda
trusting
like
whether a person is
confusing.
going to listen to what you're saying.
Hello, motherfucker.
because listen, I know a lot of times that people say you should put the shoe on the other foot and see it from my perspective. No, I don't. Because I'm never going to see it from your perspective because I'm not a woman and you're not a man and you can't see it from my perspective and I can't see it from your perspective. It's a basic understanding that we should have in which we should remain respectful. You shouldn't be out here dressing like you're trying to get taken home. It's that simple. You know what I'm saying? Like, and maybe her boundary, which is a basic level of respect, is I shouldn't be pulling girls in and said, hey, let me holler at you for a second. Come here, come get in the car. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's some basic level of respect that you're supposed to have and decorum, as individuals. And that should extend even when you're not in a relationship. You shouldn't be dressing like a whore. Right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So
Look, I get all that. I get all that, the dressing part and stuff. But you got to understand that you get in a relationship with somebody, you meet a girl and you see how she dressed. She dresses a specific way. And then you get into a relationship and now you want to change up her whole way that she dressed. I'm saying it takes a communication to say, hey, look.
Or
I want you to kind of dial it down since we got in a committed
But see,
relationship.
this is where I agree with the guy in the video, because the boundary is that I would never talk to a woman that dressed
Right,
like
exactly.
And he's saying
Right.
his boundary is that he would never get in a relationship with a woman that he has to micromanage. That he got to
Well, that's just one example, but there's many other things that she don't know what your boundaries are. Every man has different boundaries. I simply
if I gotta explain
fundamentally
to a chick-
agree that every man has different boundaries.
If I gotta explain to a chick the very basics of what it means to be respectful to me as a man, don't, you know what I'm saying? Don't make me look bad in public. Don't embarrass me. Don't go out there looking like a whore. You know what I'm saying? Like if I gotta explain that to you, if I have to over communicate and we have to have that as a deep discussion, I'm out.
We're not compatible.
I agree with you. I
Woman
agree
is
with you on the
going to
basics.
know.
I agree
women
with you on the
know-
basics, but for something like
Loser.
Lego said, a girl's trip, every man might not be. There's some man that may be okay with a girl going on a girl's trip. I don't think that's a basic boundary that every man is default.
But I'm not talking about that. I don't think that that's a thing that can be considered a boundary in a basic level, right? A basic level is, I think we all genuinely, in a general sense, knows when somebody is being disrespectful. When somebody, if you chilling with your homeboy, right, and y'all sitting as a couple, and then the girl just start cussing him out and going off on and pointing in his face, I'm gonna be like, fuck no. Like, I wish a chick would do that. Like, that's just a basic. You don't do some shit like that. You know what I'm
Or
saying?
your
Like,
wife walking in the living room with certain things on, and
correct, in front of the homies, and she walking around in lingerie in front of the homies. That's a basic level of disrespect. That's not something I should have to explain to you.
I'm saying I agree with you on the basic part.
Get some other
I'm talking about the more boundaries.
Are
that's
you saying?
that's
let me
I think
ask you a
hold on
question.
real quick. I'm
trying to help
talking
you
about the
out.
boundaries that's fitting to you particular as an individual. Like for example, for my wife, when her friends come around, she had to tell me, hey, look, I don't. This is just her specifically. Don't hug them with two hands. You know, some girls come out with their breasts and they want to give me a hug. She said, just give them a side hug. That's just what she preferred. That's what she, expected me after we had an open communication about it. So now that I know that's her boundary, it might not be a baseline for every woman, but specifically for her, I feel like every individual has specific boundaries.
No, I feel you and I agree with you. The only thing that I disagree with you on is that I think that you truly did understand what the guy in the video was saying, but you tried to make it more complicated than it really was.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair that you could think that. That's fair.
So when it comes to a little deeper than, I'm trying to understand what Bruiser is saying. Wearing a dress to a club, that's one thing. But say you get into a back and forth with your lady, right? There's no way in hell, just as an example, any woman that I'm dating, it's never happened. She started raising her voice at me while we're arguing, or going, just, having a dispute or whatever, right? That's a boundary, because women know certain dudes you don't do that with. But it may be an ex or another dude that she dated that she just went off on him and said all kinds of crazy stuff to him, right? So that's another requirement, which is a boundary that women know not to actually step over. But she'll do it with another dude easily. But a certain dude she's not going to do that with. So that's a boundary that isn't really spoken, or you don't really have to say, hey, because it ain't never happened. I wish a woman would turn around and raise her voice, say some crazy shit. I'm not gonna tell her not to do it no more. I don't even know what I would do, because it ain't never happened. But that's a boundary that women already know not to step over. So certain things don't need to be said. So that makes sense, Bruiser. That's what you're saying, or no?
I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
I just want to speak to the ladies, because there's a lot of women watching this right now. And a lot of women, I think sometimes they get left by men because they don't respect basic boundaries, not just the way you dress, but also how you speak to a man, how you respect a man, and how you speak to other men. If you're flirting with other men, I have had men friends and men in my family tell me they cut off women instantly because they were speaking too closely to a man. They were too close to his face because they gave out their phone number thinking that they're just going to be gym friends, because they dressed it inappropriately and embarrassed him because they were dressed like a social media woman. These simple things that women are thinking is not so much of a big deal because they've done it with other men that may have been lower tier men. And then they try to get a man with standards and they're like, oh, he just dumped me. It doesn't work with him, because you have to have a level of decorum and standards when it comes to respecting certain types of men. And they don't know that. Maybe their father didn't teach them that. Maybe their brothers didn't teach them that. So just speaking to the ladies, you have to learn how to respect yourself first in order to learn how to respect a man. So what I mean by that is how you dress, how you speak, how you present yourself, where you go, how you spend your time, how you spend your money, especially the television shows you're watching. You got to stop watching these reality television shows, the housewives and all of that. I think it's keeping you guys single. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation while we're here. That's all.
Okay. Precious, you want to add to this boundaries and handcuffs versus handcuffs?
I just wanted to say that, for one, boundaries is a healthy thing for a man and a woman to have. So if you don't have simple respect for, if a woman doesn't have simple respect for a man, then she probably never learned boundaries when she was younger. Like Balance said, her dad didn't teach her. Maybe she didn't have a father in the home to teach her boundaries. And then she gets in a relationship with a man who has handcuffs on her. And that's a very, immature way to handle an adult. Adults who understand boundaries will hold tight to those boundaries and not step over that line. And if you don't know what a boundary is, then more than likely you have handcuffs on someone because you're not practicing, a healthy practices in your relationships.
I don't think.
Yeah, you have boundaries within yourself, just how you operate with the opposite sex, certain things like that. Like I coach women, I have boundaries. If I'm at an event and I'm around women that I coach, is certain, so yeah, you have to have boundaries, and all of this has to be like going on a part of your life before you get in a relationship with another person. So you got to have certain boundaries and certain levels of respect for the opposite sex, even before you get in a relationship with a particular person, because you don't want to treat that particular person more special than you treat the typical person when it comes to basic needs and basic boundaries. Like if you treat one person like shit, at some point you're going to end up treating your lady like shit, because it's what you usually do.
I don't know, Mr. Lego. It's
this word boundaries thing. Like, if everybody should have respect, then it should just be respect. It shouldn't be a boundary. It should be like, when I talk to you, you should be talking to me with the same respect only. It shouldn't be like, well, I like it this way and this person likes it that way. That's like, to me, changing the topic. I don't understand the difference between
that. Only work with women. That don't work with men.
You're saying work with men, like you guys having boundaries for women or having boundaries for each other? What are you talking about?
Like, I was listening to Balance speak, right? And the first thing that came to my mind is stop trying to change the hoes. Like, it's certain women that's hoes, and then there's other women that are not, right? And so everybody has a place. And so I'm not going to treat a hoe the same way that I would treat a housewife. You know what I'm saying? So you got to treat the hoes like you treat the hoes, but women in a general sense should have a level of respect for everybody because they have to maintain their femininity. And that's just the way it is, right?
Okay.
It's a double standard in that way, in the same way that there's double standards for women that men can't have. But we not going to change the hoes into the housewives. We just going to we got to let them be, you know what I'm saying? Like they serve a purpose in society. Right, you know what I'm saying. So I'm not going to treat them the same way that I would treat a wife.
But Anton, before a woman gets to that point, what is she considered?
What do you mean?
Before a woman gets to be
she's
whore,
considered a wife.
So,
like, she's a respectable woman, not specifically a wife, but she's a respectable woman, right? And then once she devolves into hold'em, you can't bring her out of it.
Yeah, I gotta remember, a whore doesn't have boundaries That's what makes her a whore. She doesn't have boundaries.
So
You know what
to
I'm saying?
Anton and to Mr. Let Go, I'm speaking to the young women before they get to a point of no return. So before they get to this place, I'm speaking to those women who are 19 and 20 who are naked on Instagram. They may not be a whore. They just may not have learned from their father how to dress appropriately and how to deal with men appropriately yet. So those are the women that I focus on.
I get what you're saying. She's trying to,
Whore without even doing whore things if she's doing that, because she's displaying the fact that she doesn't have boundaries.
Because she didn't have no
whether
daddy,
somebody
and
smashed
that
her or
could
not.
change. What I'm saying is that woman can change.
basically,
No,
what
wait,
Balance is saying that it's not too late for those women who got their ass
It's
out.
Exactly.
It's really, really late.
Wait, Balance. So you saying a woman who literally shows her ass crack and all of that?
No, I mean like a bathing suit on Instagram. She shouldn't do that. But if she doesn't even know yet that she shouldn't be doing this because she's copying everybody else, that woman is not a whore. She's just misled and misguided, and she can
her mom
change.
is a
Hold
whore,
on.
Balance.
So,
Her mom is a
Balance.
whore.
Hold on, real quick,
No.
Mr. Lego,
Because
how
the
can you
person
say
that's
that?
teaching her,
How can you
is
say she's the
responsible
whore
for-
whenever
Hold on.
this same when this same girl break down and she need her tires changed, you gonna eat her ass?
First of all, you so
That's
stupid.
not what we talk about, Bruce.
What is wrong with you, man?
I coach young girls, and I know that they're not all whores. A lot of them just don't know what they're doing because they didn't have a father for real. They just don't
And
know
if
what they're
she's a
doing.
whore, I'm not gonna buy her no tires because she's a whore. I don't buy whores tires.
Oh, can we
So
stop
just put
saying
it down.
whores?
You know, Bruiser is becoming much more strategic every single show. I got my eye on him now.
Balance. Wait. So look, you
Yeah,
saying
Lady Di.
that you can teach these young women, so the ones that are not whores, that means the ones that don't have a high body count, right?
They may not have any body count
Okay,
or one. Yeah.
Let's say that's rare, but let's say that she don't have no body count or a little bit. All right. You're saying that you can teach this woman how to not want a lot of attention from men and everybody, because that's the problem with getting fucked up.
Yes, because you have to teach them self-love. They're searching for all of this attention and affection and love outside of themselves because they don't know how to have self-love and give it to themselves. You can teach that. It's a
But
skill you
Balance,
can teach.
You can teach it,
First,
but
you got to get past her mother. That is
I
actually
agree.
the whore, though.
I
And
mean,
I'm being real. I'm being real. If a girl is showing her ass on social media and she's not a whore herself, the reason why she's doing that is most likely because her mom is a
because her
whore.
environment.
Michael, that
her
is
mom.
absolutely not true. That's why you have the rebellious Christians. Sometimes you have girls who are raised in strict environments and they're so sheltered that once they get a taste of anything, they act buck wild. That doesn't necessarily mean that's a reflection of.
Well, most cases is a reflection, is all I'm saying. Of
Most
course,
cases,
there's going to
yes.
be outliers,
But
but
in a
in
lot of
most
cases,
cases,
too,
it's
she
because of the
mentioned
mom.
the bathing suit. I see a lot of women who are married. Who
No,
are
I ain't saying about bathing suits.
You know,
I get what you're saying.
she was saying, just that example. You see married women who were once they look this way and then they get a little bit of confidence. Men be right there with them with their shirt off. Like, look at my wife. Look how much she's been in the gym. So
what's the age? What is the age where a woman knows she a hoe? Are y'all telling me that a young woman don't know when she's a hoe?
It's not an age.
Exactly.
It's
She knows she's a hoe.
actions. It's action.
No, but okay. So if I tell you right now something to do, you gonna say you grown, right? That same
No.
19.
What do you mean?
If I tell you how to dress, if I tell you how to,
we're in a
conduct yourself-
relationship.
No, not even a relationship. If I try to give you good advice right now, most grown women, if you try to give good advice, they'll tell you they grown. They don't need advice from you. You don't pay their bills. And that same 19-year-old will say the same thing. Well, why we act? Well, the sad part of it is we keep blaming men for young girls that got mamas of being whores. But then there's 30, 40-year-old, 50-year-old. We just had a discussion with a old 42-year-old woman who left her husband because he worked too much. It's ironic we was talking about 100K earner. She left her husband, is 42 years old, high earner, for a 22-year-old dude that she was having sex with that ain't had no job or nowhere to stay, and she was taking him in her house. So how does she not, if she 42 years old, and then we asked her, well, would you let her with your son do that? She said, no, that's disgusting. But I said, well, how about you? Well, that's personal. If it's for me, that's something different. So it's a lot of times women that say something out of one side of their mouth and say another thing out the side of their mouth. When you're young, especially when you get older, you'll go, oh, I was young and dumb. I ain't know better. He took advantage of me. He was a predator. But then when a man really tries to tell you and give you advice, you don't want to listen to nothing a man says. I don't care how old a woman is. We have to stop shaming men because women decided to be whores.
So Ali, all that being said, why is that? Because women are.
No, it's not because. No, it ain't because they kids. It's because they manipulating. You can say kids listen. Mr. Lego, I work with kids for 15 years. They listen very good. They may try to manipulate, but if you give them structure,
actual grown women. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you.
But if you give them structure and you consistent with it and a consequence as well as the reward, they'll listen. Kids will listen. So we can't keep saying, we ain't gonna say women can listen, but we're not gonna call them kids. That's what we're not gonna do no more. We got to stop that. That's dead in 2023. They ain't no children. They might manipulate like kids, but they know exactly what they're doing.
Children know what they're doing too. So I get what you're saying, but
they listen.
And women are worse than children. Is my own point. That's my only point. That's all I'm saying. I did a whole show about 10 reasons why children are actually more emotionally intelligent than grown women. So
why do you promote marriage?
Because they need authority figures. So we got to get these.
If they don't listen, how can they get authority figures if they don't listen? How can in one hand we say they don't listen, and another hand go, this is how you get them to listen?
There's a way to get them to listen. They're used to not listening due to the fact that, just like what we've been talking about, none of them have men, none of them have dads. So we actually need a man in the household. Just like I said, if a young lady is a whore, most likely is because her mom was a whore and she didn't have a dad. So it goes back to that. If she had a dad, most likely she wouldn't be a whore. So it goes back to that. I look at things from a generational standpoint. You didn't have a dad at home. You have a higher propensity of simply being a whore, period. You know what I'm saying? But
why she picky with who she had sex with then?
Huh?
So we should have more compassion. We should have more compassion for the inherited holes, right?
We gotta guide and teach.
Man.
Yes,
you just looked at an 18-year-old.
Yeah, she's 18. She's 18. So she's. I wouldn't consider her a whore. She's 18. I think she's being misled, and she can be changed. Is my point. That's a perfect example putting her up there.
How can we help them? How can we help them?
You have girls in high school sucking dick. How can
that's true, but we can't. We don't know this woman's actions based off this picture. We don't know what she does.
Inheritance. She
got
a whole
picture like that.
Nobody cares to read the book. She's advertising and she's doing things what her do. So if you don't want to be labeled,
that could be changed
like that.
So that is, you might as well say she and her mom most likely is a whore, because who the hell going to turn around and pull their pants up like that and be like, look at my ass? Like, these are two whores.
She was raised like that.
That's all I'm saying. But a young girl is a whore, whether she has sex or not, because her mom is most likely a whore.
Mr. Let go.
Inherited whoredom.
So you're a whore even if you're not sleeping with nobody, Mr.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Mr. Lego, I want to turn your mic off for like 10 minutes.
I thought a whore was someone that had a whole lot of bodies. You talking about someone posing?
That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm learning from
what
y'all.
I'm saying is she's 18. Her mother is teaching her certain things.
That doesn't mean she's a whore.
Which means she's predisposed.
Yes.
We can teach you Christianity, but it don't mean you a Christian.
She has not done them yet.
So we can change that whole trajectory.
She's a hoe in training.
It's all about faith. She got faith in it. So
she's a hoe in training.
She got whole faith.
Whole mindset. I got you.
What if her mom?
She got faith in God.
That makes her a whole whore.
So if balance was to get to her before, she starts to bust wide open, she'll be okay.
Exactly.
She's a non-confirmed hoe.
Yes.
Once
she can be changed.
Get the tip, and she's confirmed.
Hoes don't get changed.
We don't know what she is.
Are men looking at that picture when women are posing like that with nice apple bottoms? Are they like, oh my gosh, I would not dare. Let me not click this. She's a whore. Or are men like, damn, that look kind of nice. I can't wait.
Okay, Lucky.
Well, we like whores. Lucky, you got to understand that we put them in two different categories.
We want to get her
we got
married though,
women we
not
wanna
just.
date,
but
and we got
I don't
women
know.
we wanna
Anton
date.
said he don't even pay no attention to it. He just keeps swiping.
But look at the young girl who don't care about being a wife. She don't care about none of that. It's transactional, right? So she don't care about all what you saying. So why does it even matter? You get what I'm saying? Like sometimes.
But where did she get that
is
mindset
the
from?
thing.
Where did she get that mindset from? Most likely her mother, right?
Her environment, yes.
Her environment and her mother and her
But what if
upbringing.
she doesn't have a mother in her life? What if she's just misled?
Well, these ifs.
Well,
It's,
she's
every
really
time y'all
most
say
These
if, y'all
girls are
trying
going
to
on
save a hoe.
social media and trying to figure it out.
I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna go to social media. And
So
most
what-
of social media is
She could be
hoarding.
saved. She could be saved. That's all.
We
I'm
already
saying.
hoes
You
don't
don't want
hoes
to be
don't get
saved. Don't
changed.
save her.
I told you
No,
already.
Dallas,
Hoes don't get
uh-uh.
changed. They
Ain't
get
happening.
We
white.
don't know what she is. She's just dressing like
All right,
that.
so let's go ahead and try to steer it back on the boundaries and handcuffs. Who hasn't spoken on this yet?
Who on the panel have been saved as a whole? Just be honest.
Bruiser, that was you. You're talking about your own experience.
I agree. I'm willing.
So
to
you
admit,
saying
I'm asking
who? You
somebody
just
else
say you.
Man,
I'm
man
asking
can't be a
somebody
hoe.
else to
Don't
join
let
my
up in
misery.
that corner. Man can't be no hoe.
Come on, Balance. You know
We
you got
make
saved.
hoes. We aren't hoes. We make hoes.
Ooh.
We are whore makers.
So
All I'm saying, that girl's 18 years old. She has her whole life ahead of her. She doesn't have any children. You know, she could definitely change
That's how
things
it all
around.
started. That's how all y'all started.
Men
she could
and
change it
mothers
around.
make hoes. Men
So what
and mothers.
age was you when you changed it around, Balance?
I don't have that issue, Bruiser.
Oh, okay. I'm just.
Y'all advocate for the 16-year-old kids who get called thugs and tried like adults. Do we have hope for them too? It's wild how y'all have so much sympathy for women and blame it on men, but young boys, a 16-year-old getting tried as adults. I don't hear nobody talking about them like
But
that.
Ali,
It's crazy to
we
me.
do have
There's a
hope.
lot of
For,
people
we
talking
do
about
have
that.
hope.
I
For
knew someone was gonna
gang
say that.
members though, right?
There is. What do you watch?
No, ain't no women lined up. Ain't no
Your
women
gang
lined
members?
up to save broke men, and y'all trying to get society to save hoes. It's crazy to me.
I just want to
Hold
make
on,
this
Ali,
clear. I'm
are
not
you
trying to
saying
get
that
nobody to
there's
say
no
no.
One at a
hope
time,
for
y'all. One at a
16-year-old gang members? This is a question.
What's that?
Are you saying that there's no hope for 16-year-old gang members?
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying where's not.
I said it.
It's easier to save a thug than it is to save a hoe. I'll tell you that.
I just want to say a lot of men, hold on.
Y'all better stop.
A lot of men have
Okay.
A lot of men have wife hoes before social media. Before social media became a thing, before it was something that could put you out there. There's a lot of men who are married to hoes, but you would never know it because it wasn't put out there for you to know.
Because she got baptized.
I already
and
said,
they watched all her hoes.
You are saying what I'm saying. I said hoes can't get changed, they get wife. You saying what I'm saying.
Okay. I missed that.
We agree. Yeah, there's a lot of hoes who got wife. They got saved.
Yeah, they got saved. They went to the church and they watched all the hoe them away.
No, they not saying they just hoeing behind your back.
That's another thing.
Even with the holy water.
Does their wholeness get deleted?
Y'all better stop. Church hoes is the biggest hoes.
You Curls, you already know there's a lot of women that use marriage as
What church you go
validation.
to?
A lot of women use marriage as
I
validation.
don't go to church.
Oh no, say it again, Ali. You said a lot of what?
A lot of women use marriage as validation. Big time.
Facts.
Big time. They're high behind.
Or engagement.
I'm married.
They use engagement as validation too. I've been engaged 5 times.
It's like a force field. You can't say nothing about it no more. Boom.
Who on this panel never got bust down at 18?
What do you mean never got bust
Put your
down?
hand on the Bible right now. Put your hand on the Bible.
You married? Why do you want to know what hoes
Put your hand on
Never
the
got
Bible.
bust down at 18.
Yeah, you making it weird.
A lot
He
of
does- he does that, Lucky.
a lot of y'all reform hoes, just like me. Y'all
Okay,
said somebody
so
said I was a hoe.
Okay, so
I think
did you
Balance
marry
said
a
I was a hoe,
reform
right?
hoe? Did you marry a reform hoe? Are you trying to tell us?
Whoa.
How come when I ask a question, it's but you've been up here trying to get the whole fact for like 15 minutes. Like, what's going on?
I'm just trying to have a conversation with people
Stay in
who
the
hear.
fire, Bruiser. Go with it. Did you marry a reform hoe? Answer
No,
that.
you ain't about to set me up for that. No, sir. Don't do it.
Let them talk. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead, answer.
Hold on. Oh, whoa.
I mean, I answered your question. I answered your question.
Go ahead,
No.
change this topic,
You
JR.
be jumping out the window, so jump
I'm
out
just
the window.
asking questions. Y'all want to ask me about my wife? God damn.
Because you want to ask us about us.
I didn't ask you about your husband though.
Ask a question, you back.
Answer your
I'm keeping
question.
it in here. I'm keeping the questions in here.
Let the women want to be saved, like you're saying they're being saved once they get married. So let us.
All I said was a lot of those women that Curves was saying that was getting married probably got baptized. That's why they got married.
They didn't get baptized. They just got.
That's not what you were saying.
He's not going to answer, Lucky.
To the women who got wife before social media became a thing, before you got to see people's background. You know what I mean? When everything was under wraps, when you could cheat and not get caught for doing it. That shit.
You gonna get caught with that love child. Let's be real. And they, first of all, they was cheating back in the day too.
I never said they wasn't, Lady Di. I'm talking about how you can pull up people's receipts right now. Before, you would actually have to have like raw proof evidence. His dick was inside of me. Like you didn't have you can find text messages and stuff on this app. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like it's easier to find receipts now than it was back in the day.
So do you think that these quote unquote hoes
Somebody need to change the goddamn channel right now.
Right.
They got married, Curves. The hoes today that got married. Do you think they still being hoes behind their husband?
You said these hoes today that got married?
Yeah, the one that Ali was talking about. So the ones that got married, because they are.
Tell the truth.
I don't know.
Tell the truth. You was about to tell the truth. That's how it looked like you was about to tell the truth.
I don't know. Like
you was like, ooh.
I don't walk in a
don't stay on cold.
So I can't tell you if a hoe is still hoeing, or I don't know if a hoe can actually be turned into a housewife. Like, can she be changed? Shit, I don't know. Like, I don't got the answer.
You never seen. You ain't gotta walk in their shoes. Let me ask
you.
Yup.
You ain't gotta walk in their shoes. You so silly, lady.
Hold on. I think Lady Di, but that's a question. Go ahead, Lady Di.
Do you think that hoes that got married are hoes behind their husband still? Do you? Because you was talking about that earlier. I'm just curious. Do you think that they could be saved, like Balance is saying, or they still gonna be hoeing?
I'm related to a lot of them.
Wow.
They're in the church, and I'm gonna keep it honest up here. We know who are in the church and they present themselves. They are sophisticated hoes.
Yes,
and you have the women that portray themselves a certain way. You're just gonna assume she's a hoe, and they are less hoeing or promiscuous than the woman that is conservative. Because let's look at Marilyn Monroe's. Look at the women who sophisticated, they're feminine. That's how the hoe was. An escort is not ratchet. So just because you marrying her, she loyal to you, but the minute you ain't busting it down, and we can check the percentage, most men are not making their women orgasm. If she is a promiscuous woman and she is comparing your penis to other partners, you are married to a woman who is busting it down with another man behind your back, and he's probably a pookie, and he ain't gonna say nothing. He gonna shake your hand. And all of that. So yes, we're not gonna sit up here and act like that's not a thing. That is a thing.
So is it safe to say that? Is it safe to say that with so many men who would wife hoes and save hoes and take them off the streets in their hoish ways, does it mean that men care more about the community than women? Because women still would only date a guy that makes as much money as her.
But Ali, they don't know that they're hoes.
No, that's not a question.
Wait, what?
Wait, who don't know that they hoes?
Hold on, Lucky, you ain't getting away with that one, Lucky. You know you ain't getting away with that one.
Hold on.
Lucky, you know you're not getting away with that one.
Hold on.
What I'm saying is, y'all are married. That's assuming that he knows she's a hoe. No, he don't. He go to work, come home.
Oh, you the guy.
He don't know that she's a hoe.
He don't know. She knows she was a hoe. Okay. No, but what I'm asking is,
because hold on, because the problem is, and this is what I was gonna go back to. How do y'all differentiate between a woman that is a hoe and a woman that has just had sex? How do y'all determine which one is a hoe and which one just ain't a virgin, and which one just ain't a virgin?
I think the hoe is how promiscuous she is and how close in proximity. Like, how many body counts did you have this year? How soon can I get you out of your drawers for real after having a conversation with you? That's to me would be considered a hoe. Like, how easy is she going? And what is she going off of? You know, right. A couple laughing a beer.
So if she had a one-night stand, would that make her a hoe?
I got something for you, man. You stay right there.
I don't know. I think that would be for the men to decide. I mean, because there's men.
No, we asking you to decide.
Oh, me personally.
We not gonna tell you what a hoe is today. Y'all gonna tell us what y'all think a hoe is. Don't do that.
To me, do I think that a woman, if she sleeps with you,
You just said if she gave it up real fast, she's a hoe.
Yeah, I think that's horse behavior.
Do you think most women gave it up to guys the first night? There's a lot of women who had a one night stand.
Most women. No.
What if she give it up slow?
You don't think so?
What's the difference?
No, me personally, I don't. I mean, I'm
Precious,
not.
you think most women gave it up on the first night? Before?
I think that a lot of women, if they were honest, would probably say they gave it up on the first night. I mean, if they were being honest.
Hey, Curve, do you think? Oh, Curve, turn the camera off.
But then
She just exposed.
But then that would
everybody.
debunk the statistic that says the average man is not even getting ass like that.
No, we weren't talking about that. We ain't moving the goalpost.
No, Ali,
We're not moving at all. So if we can assume, if what she's saying is correct, I'm not disagreeing with nobody. I'm just adding more information into the conversation. If we can assume that women just busting it up on the first night, then that means the statistic will be lying. That's saying that y'all not really getting no pussy.
No.
Hold on, Mr. Lego. Mr. Lego, hold on, Mr. Lego. Time out.
Go ahead.
Lucky said if a woman gives it up real depending on how fast she gives it up, she's a hoe.
Right.
Then I asked if most women had a one night stand.
And then Precious says if women were honest enough, they'll say yes.
Yes. And then Lucky said most women haven't, which I disagree. But Curve said most women had. And Curve, I was going to ask you, do you think?
And Curve,
I didn't say nothing. I'm coming to you now, Curve. I'm about to ask you a question.
Because you cut your screen off, Curve.
You cut your you cut your screen off. Do you think most women
had a big laugh on her face?
Do I think most women what?
Girl, you can hear me. I ain't speak Spanish.
No, you really did cut out. You said do I think most
I cut out for it. I cut out on y'all. Did I cut out on y'all? Do you think most women have had a one night stand?
Yes, I would say yes. I'm not gonna yes,
would all the women on the panel, would y'all come to agree and go that most women are hoes?
No.
Most of y'all are hoes.
Yes. What the y'all got saying no?
See what I'm saying?
Stop the cap.
Yes.
Say it with your chest, ladies.
Hold on. Are we talking about sleeping with men or sleeping with women? I mean, I could be honest.
Now you moved it.
Wait, hold on.
No, I'm not. I'm the one. I'm personally trying to understand because not
Lucky, we didn't say nothing about women. You going somewhere else, Lucky.
Lucky got male hoes and female
Lucky, you got
hoes.
female hoes and male hoes. Goddamn.
Lucky, are you okay? I'm not questioning. All right.
Y'all gotta wait. Hold on. Y'all skipping over so many details.
Y'all moving the goalpost so much. Y'all saying some crazy stuff. Man.
Hold on, wait. Look,
I already know what Anton about to say.
What was you saying, look?
No, I was just trying to, because he asked me personally. I have no problem answering, but I'm just trying to, when we're talking about men and women relationships, y'all have to understand most of my experience. You know what I'm saying? So if we're talking about women, just one night stand with women, like if women are sleeping with other women, are you saying that is that the same as sleeping with a man on the first night?
If you're asking, that must mean you
think
think
you
it's
make
Hold on,
women?
Mr. Let go.
It's getting hot.
So having
know.
one night stands with women don't count as being a hoe. No, I'm asking.
No, we're asking, Lucky.
No, I'm asking y'all because that's
we're asking y'all today.
No,
y'all tell us what a hoe. I'm trying to find out.
Hold on. We can't hear nobody if everybody's talking at the same time.
Well, it sounds like women know when they being hoes to me, but I mean, okay.
But why we put in a female into this conversation?
Because she's trying to move the goalpost.
It don't matter.
No, because most people don't know. When
Lucky,
you're asking me
answer the question.
Most of my experience.
Answer the question.
Women, not men.
Women,
She is answering it. Let go. Be quiet.
What was you
if
saying?
Women are having sex
Let go. Mr.
on
Let
the
go.
first night, does that make women hoes?
No, wait. Let her explain what she.
Let her speak.
One time, y'all about to clip the mess out of this video. Clack, clack.
Let me unmute and answer the question, please.
I keep trying to answer.
She said most of her experiences were with other women. That's what she said.
So when I'm talking about heterosexual relationships, it's limited. So I just go off of people I know or things like that. So if you're asking me personally, then it would be based off, do men think that I would be considered a whore or whatever because I've had one night stand or slept with women? Me personally, no. If I'm not being penetrated, I think that makes a difference. But to men, there could be men that saying, no, that's still a body count. That's this, lucky you're still a whore. So that's what I'm saying. It's based on.
So have you yourself had multiple one night stands with men? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, that's all we want to know.
So I'm gonna answer.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
No, it's not.
She brought up an interesting point, right? And the point that she said is, and I'm asking a question now based off of what she said. Do the guys on this panel consider it the same if a woman is sleeping with another woman or if she having a one night stand with another woman? Do y'all have that? Do y'all have the same energy for that for if she was to sleep with a guy?
Yep.
My answer is yes.
My answer definitely yes.
Well, then, there you go.
Wait,
not mine.
what? You would say what?
Not mine.
So that too. I was gonna say no because it's not an actual body. She's not even being penetrated. So how?
No, it's the same thing.
Hold on. That's like me. Hold on, lady.
It's the same thing.
That's like me when we met girls at 8 when we were in high school talking about I ain't never had penetration, but I'll give you head. There's a lot of girls they were giving head, they were head hoes. They giving everybody head, but they won't get no penetration.
Right, but they still
the thing about the lifestyle, there's something called a pillow princess, right? So that means that there are people who are just willing to give you oral sex. So if men are saying, oh no, she had women eating her out, even though she hasn't had many men, I don't want to be with a woman who experienced that. Then it's also like, well, then why are men asking for threesomes and all of that with their wives? So I mean,
talk about it.
I don't know. It's for y'all change the rules every day.
That ain't the same thing at all. Having
Ali, let
go ahead and say it, let go.
Good tonight.
If a woman didn't have the strap on, okay, it was straight up a lesbian relationship. Is that a body? What the fuck?
Like, do y'all realize?
Why would you why'd you take away the strap on?
Do we, Lady Di? I'm gonna ask the women.
Wait, what?
Hold on. I'm gonna ask y'all.
Hold on, wait. Y'all, hold on.
When y'all mentioned penetration,
hold on one second. Okay.
Can we move on, JR?
No.
Hell no.
I'm gonna keep it 100. I'm not saying I agree or I disagree.
Where your right hand at?
I'm not saying I agree or I disagree, but she cooking and she's bringing out some interesting points, right? Based off of a lot of things that we're not necessarily taking into consideration when we having these conversations, right? Because she mentioned a lot of dudes still want to have with their wife, right? With their wife, they still want to have another chick in the bedroom with her. So now, does that change the dynamics of what we talking about when we talking about having this conversation about hoes?
The answer is yes, and the reason why is because
y'all having two different answers, though.
What do you mean? Hold on.
You're with a woman, and you and the woman have a conversation, and y'all want to have a one night stand with a woman, right? Regardless of who, what, when, where, how, she is now your hoe, and she's not just a hoe. So it's a little bit different because we men, regardless of what you want to put the context on, and we want our women to be a hoe for us.
Hello,
so
motherfucker.
if you actually do this with me, you're a hoe for me.
How is she a hoe for you
different than you just being a hoe for yourself?
But how is she a hoe for you unless there's other people involved? Because making her a hoe means there's more than just one body, right? So
I can make her a hoe by just me. Just
she could be being freaky and a hoe.
Hold on. Can I go real quick, please?
She's my hoe.
So let's break this down. Hold on.
She's gonna be a
No,
she's
confusing
terms because Mr. Let Go sluts her out. Is that what you're saying?
No, listen. Y'all missing what she's saying. What she's saying is she's using a situation, and let's just say somebody is married, right? And the dude, because y'all saying that it's the same thing if she have a one night stand with a woman, right? It's the same thing. That's literally what every guy on here said.
I'm about to break it
down. I didn't
answer,
but that's what everybody else said. But Now, if you having a threesome, right, in which you bring another chick in, does your chick become more of a hoe because she's sleeping with another body?
With another woman?
She's your hoe though. It's different.
You think about it though. You gave the same. You're saying that it's the same thing that if a woman was to sleep with other women, right? The body count, whatever. But it don't add up more just because she's yours if she sleep with another woman with you though, right?
Because she's with me. What she does with me is different than what she did on her own.
Can I go real quick? So the top three,
Keep going,
from my experience, I've had good experience. The top three whores is typically in the church, military, or no offense to anybody who bisexual, typically are bisexuals. You know what the elephant in the room is? A lot of women turned out men before men turned out women. So there's a lot of women who got turned other women out. So if you talk to a lot of women had a whole bunch of experiences with women before they even had experience with a man. Soon as they came back with the men, they started being smutted out just like they was with the women. There's a lot of women who you'll see when you was high school or getting up to college too. I have so many different experiences we could talk about. A lot of women started going to women to keep from their body count being high. So they started dealing with women so it didn't count. Same thing as the head. They give men head instead of having sex, and they thought it didn't count. No, they still whores. If you was doing that, you was still a hoe, and you try to find a way to not be a hoe. That's why a lot of women get them roses and get them dildos, is to keep from being a whore. So because they stop
everything. Here's the difference though, Ali, is that things have changed so much today, because the way that it used to be, and the way that it used to be in yesteryear was that men kept their wives separate from what it was that they did outside of their marriage, right? So they wouldn't smut out their chick, right? They wouldn't have a chick doing threesomes and all of that other type of stuff. Whatever it is that they decided that they wanted to do outside of their relationship, they got that off separately. They kept the wife on a pedestal to a certain extent, right? They kept her
I agree with you. Yep.
Pristine. They kept her separate. They kept her pure to them, whatever that looked like. You know what I'm saying? They separated her and how it was that they dealt with her and treated her separate from how it is that they treated other women out in the streets. But now what you see happening today is everything goes everywhere. Like so much so to where I've heard of dudes going to like, and mainly I guess I hear about this happening in Atlanta. I heard that this whole party and seriously, I heard it be parties where dudes be busting down other dudes' wives and junk like that. I'm like,
that's a whole different ball. That's a whole right. That's a whole different ball game.
But that's what I'm saying though. Like,
are they not allowed?
But how do you? But see, here's the thing though. But this is the thing, and this is why I'm rocking with Lucky on this, right? Because now your wife is a hoe. She no longer a wife to me. She for everybody. She for the streets. So you can't then designate her as the same thing, because it's the same thing as marrying a chick for the streets. Is if everybody can have her, or if anybody can, you know what I'm saying, have access to her, or other people have access to her. For me, in my mind, she no longer a wife.
But nobody can have access to her.
Who brought her to that party?
The man is allowing.
Doesn't matter. My point is that you can't designate her the same way.
Who brought her to the party? Were they sucking toes?
No, he's not trying to. He's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying.
I'm just
what I'm saying is that the way in my mind, the way I separate it is that it's hoes and it's wives, right?
Okay.
And if everybody got access to the wife, then she's no different than the hoe.
Right.
Okay.
Searching for access.
Okay, Siri.
But who's allowing the access?
Hold on, Anton. Let me ask you. Hold on, Anton. Let me ask you a question. Hold on, Anton. Let me ask you a question. What if you had
Siri is about to get you access?
You said what now?
What if you had two good women, good quality women, and there was two?
That's what I'm trying.
Come on, my brother. Come on, Anton.
Hey, you know what's so funny? I tried to act like I didn't.
I'm just saying, what's wrong with that?
Look,
because now you got two hoes. 2 hoes instead of
I
1.
don't know, man. I haven't thought
Y'all
that
watch
far
Sesame
into
Street,
it.
right?
You know what? This might be the first time that somebody stumped me on this show.
I'm just
I have
saying.
no clue whatsoever. But all
Boy,
I'm
no,
saying is
that was a good one.
it was a good one. That was a good one. But all I'm saying is that Lucky is not wrong, because if we're gonna be consistent, then we have to designate the same way that we operate when we say you having 2 girls or a chick slept with another chick or whatever. You can't separate it when it's convenient. When we then say, nah, she's still a wife or whatever. Nah, if she for the streets, she for the streets. You can't pick and choose when she for the streets and when she ain't for the streets. You just married a chick for the streets.
I agree, but can you say
if that's
you married a woman that's in like never did it before, but she'll do it for you. The second she does it, she's for the streets. Is what you're saying?
I believe if she doing it for you, she probably
right, and I believe what he'll believe too.
I just don't believe that. I don't believe that most people is that special where you are the only person. That
But Anton, if you say that, right, and which I agree with you, because what a lot has changed. Would that mean though the standard of what man was set have changed as well too? Then
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and if a man does get to a place where he'll share his wife, it means that society has got to such a place that men are like, well, I know who I married was kind of a hoe anyway, so I'll share.
I don't believe
versus
that.
Versus what you saying.
No, I don't believe that everything goes.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You got to have a cutoff point, and I think that it's today. The problem I think is that there is nothing that's off limits. I believe that everything has to have a cutoff point where it's like, all right, you know what? Not that though. Like that, I can't go that far. Or at the very least, people need to say, I can't let my chick be with another. I can't. I'm not the type of dude that can ever let my chick be with another person. I'm just not.
So basically, y'all saying polygamy is being a hoe.
What I'm saying is that if you're gonna say that it's a difference between a hoe and a housewife, then you can't say that if you then saying that a chick that can sleep with another chick is a hoe, but then it's not a hoe when it's your chick and you married to her. You got to be consistent across the board. Either she a hoe.
You got to be consistent. Have we identified what makes a woman a hoe?
Polygamy don't always mean sharing the women. A lot of times too, Bruiser, they stay in 2 different places. They don't mean you're sharing her. Like you're having threesomes with these women.
And if you're taking care of both of the chicks, would both of them be gold diggers?
That was former hoes.
Here he go with this shit.
All right, y'all, let's go ahead and transition. If you guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Got some super chats to get through. Kevin Smith, $20 says, Lady Di, you are right. This is why you have men creating the man they hate and the women becoming the man that they chose. Bait and switch. Saint Carter, Cattier, whatever. Can't remember. Shout out to you, sir. Welcome to Green Gang. G Fern 199 says as if he's recording an audiobook.
You could do it, Bruiser.
Real Balance and Steven says, Lucky, no, I gonna drink that little piece of water. Huh?
Got niggas drinking your bath water?
Balance $2 says JR fancy drinking ass. I got some this whiskey, man. This
JR drink his water with a straw.
Nah, I don't drink no water. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go to the restaurant. Yeah, drink a straw. Stay ready. Teddy $5 says boundaries equals my expectations from the jump. Leash equals make sure your actions are aligned with my expectations. Cuffs equals that's all, folks. Marcus Evans $10 says actions speak louder than words. Pure and simple. Terrell M 499 says JR, why do you allow Mr. Lego to come on the panel? Just ramble. He is like my wife because I don't think he even listens to what's coming out of his mouth. Raw B Privilege $10 says, how does one not want to be put in a category and yet they put women into one pot? My God, when is enough enough? According to these men, dads don't matter. It's tragic.
I hate the chat. I hate the chat so much, bro.
Marcus Evans $10 says the women in the street can be changed. Please let that make sense. Kelly Commons says men can be hoes, man whores, whoremongers, gigolos, Gross. STDs, lots of babies, mamas, pass on the man hoes. Kevin Smith, $10 says, women want the authority of man, privilege of woman, accountability of a child. Marcus Evans, $10 says, that sound personal, Lucky. Lamont, 99 cents super sticker.
See, they
Marcus
tried to
Evans,
trick us, tried to make it seem like that was a hundred ball. That was a
Then he
99.
said,
Curve is full of it. Marcus Evans says, lady, that on one tonight.
Please.
The bigger 11 $10 says, come on, Ali. You know when Mr. Let Go has on blue, you have to give him a minute. The sophisticated jerk $20 says, never use the word sophisticated in the same sentence as 304. LOL. Anton was spitting that game earlier. There you go.
Shout out to Marcus Evans is in the building. Said, I'm sorry, but the ladies gotta hold this L tonight. Just answer the damn question. Marcus Evans, I appreciate you. We got the ballers out here tonight. So Marcus Evans, Mike Jones is in the building. There's a lot of people that's throwing a lot of money like we out here at the strip club. Shout out to Marcus Evans.
Marcus Evans, $10 says, Lucky, you making me mad, right? Come on, bro. Sir Shy 87 $2 says, yo, Ali.
Hey hunters, yep.
The sophisticated jerk $10 said, this is called Elite 304. Keith Nero, $5 also member says, she's so lucky, fine. She's like Aaliyah and Rosario Dawson hybrid.
She is fine.
Shout out to the Black Titan. The Black Titan come through with the 100 ball and he just shit on everybody. So we gonna have to give him a special shout out tonight. He said, what the hell? He said, what the hell? HAIL. What the hell I walk into tonight? The women already answered the question, fellas, in the comments. The looks on their faces. Nothing else to it. Don't let Mr. Let Go confuse y'all. Get the fucking likes up. Shout out to Black Titan in the building, man.
The AP, the accountability partner, says Ali said they looking loopholes and the
whole rule.
This is wild. Tires, ass eating, sucking toes, carpet luncheons, and bombing for eggplant.
What?
B Sandy $20 remember says majority of men do like 304s. They just don't like other people knowing their girl is a 304. All of the Brittany Renners known bodies got MIB. Mind wiped from everyone except for her and a man will 100% wife, no problem. I think that's all the super chats. Appreciate everybody that has donated. We do have Black Titan seems to be the sponsor of the show right now. So salute to Black Titan. See if somebody else can match that $100 or do even better. With that being said, again, shout out to the sponsor, the T channel. Make sure you guys get the likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Now it's time to move on to our next topic of the night, which is why married men cheat after many years of being loyal.
Working with clients, sexual drive has a very minimal influence on why men actually step out of their marriages and relationships. What I find in extramarital affairs, it tends to be very little to do with sex drive and far more to do with lack of appreciation. When men are in a relationship where they feel like their efforts or their energy and their resources is not at all being appreciated, they then look for validation outside. When they meet another woman who is able to show them more thought and attention, that is the woman that they tend to cheat with, rather than just the one that they find the most attractive or somebody who just ignites the most desire. And what thoughtfulness basically looks like is finding a woman who's able to predict their needs before they have the chance to vocalize. These simple acts of kindness is how men feel appreciated rather than just words. They like to see it through acts of service. So the more acts of service you show a man, the more appreciated he feels, and the more appreciated he feels, the less likely he is to seek validation elsewhere, in my personal.
All right. Why married men cheat after many years of being loyal? I'm gonna go ahead and start with Courage for Life first. What are your thoughts, man?
I just feel like the spark is not there anymore. And I feel like men love to have the atmosphere of like, I'm the man, you're making me feel good. Like even when Mr. Let Go was talking about earlier, he would take a chick from Walmart because She's making them feel good. She's stroking that ego. And I feel like after a certain amount of years, women aren't doing that shit no more. But you know, if she's fresh and something new, it's like, ooh, you're this, you're that. She's hyping them up. She's making them feel good about it. She's setting up a certain atmosphere. And maybe his wife is no longer doing, because she like, bitch, I done seen you for 15, 20 years at this point. You know what I mean? So she's no longer impressed. That's just my thoughts. That's it.
Okay. All right. What's your thoughts about it, Ali? Why marry men cheat after many years being loyal?
Because he wanted to. Like the crazy thing about these questions is like when brothers try to coach brothers to teach men how to get women to submit. That you can't teach her how to submit. She gonna listen if she want to, and she ain't gonna listen if she don't want to. So if you dealing with a certain caliber woman and you're a certain type of caliber man, she gonna listen. The same thing for this. If that man got at a certain place and he felt like he wanted to cheat and deal with another woman, he gonna deal with another woman. And it ain't about what I think. It's just nature. We all know men are polygamous by nature. You can get some men to control their nature and be in monogamous relationships when they make agreements, and they'll stay true to that agreement. But for the most part, men are as faithful as their options. If he felt like he could do it at the time, he just did it. It just a man doing what he was going. He did it because he wanted to. It ain't don't mean a woman. And I ain't gonna say there ain't times where if a woman falls short from her position to a man and he picked her as a wife. But most times, if a man made you his wife, most times those brothers ain't gonna leave. He loves his wife. He just chose to cheat or exercise his option, like Kevin Samuels used to say.
Precious, what are your thoughts?
I agree with Ali. I also agree with the woman in the clip. So a man is going to do what he wants. However, I believe in women being of service to their man. Like I think that should be taught somewhere. Like after a while, a lot of women like to get married for the wedding, for however many people they can get to come to the wedding. They got to have these big expensive weddings. And then you hear men say, well, after the wedding and after everything died down, she don't do this no more. She don't do that no more. They do everything to get the man, but they're not necessarily keeping the man. And then the man cheats on her and she's wondering why. Well, you have to look at yourself and say, am I doing everything I can to keep him? Am I serving him the way I should be serving him as a wife? Like I said, Ali is correct as in men are going to do what they want. However, it's two people in the relationship. So if a man decides to step out on you, other than him doing what he wants, you have to also look at yourself and say, am I doing what I should be doing in this relationship?
So Ali, if a woman does everything that, let's say, you want or a man wants as far as the sexual needs and, I don't know, in a spiritual sense, would a man step out on his wife?
He could possibly. Most monogamy is societal based. It's a social construct based on religion and society. Man didn't use it, but that ain't something that men been doing throughout the course of time. Marriage is a created social construct. So if I love Precious, I'm gonna use Precious. I use Precious sometimes. If I love her, I'm never letting go of Precious. She could be the most wonderful wife in the world. She may slack off sometimes, and I'll be like, dang, I don't like she doing that. But it's like if I tell you I'm never dealing with a 600-pound woman, I ain't gonna never deal with no 600-pound woman. So if a man gets in an agreement with a woman and say he's not gonna cheat or exercise his options, you are asking a lot of, especially if he's a great man. A lot of times men feel like they earned that too as well, and they finally get to be how they want to be as a man. They did everything for their wife. How long was that marriage? 20 years? Was it 20 years? Oh, that would reference point. But it has nothing. Most of the time, it has to do with if he wanted to cheat or not. It has nothing to do with her.
Could you love Precious? Could you be like, this is my wife? I'm not.
Heck yeah, Precious, you wife. You should be.
She look good as hell. She look good, and it's an option right now.
Yeah.
Why we acting like that don't happen?
But also though, it shouldn't. And we just being honest about this video, that him cheating shouldn't take away from the quality of that man at all. Y'all may have made an agreement. He went outside agreement, but if he's a great man, and we can bring up a lot of great men who have cheated or exercised their options, and their wife stood right by him because they know he was a great man. But he exercised. There's men who can, and there's men who can't. And I'm not justifying it either. I'm not saying if you make an agreement with somebody, you should stand by that agreement. But if he cheated, most of the time I don't believe it has nothing to do with the woman. He cheated because he wanted to cheat. It's just like if I do something with a woman and then I use Precious again, and Precious go, oh, I cheated on you because you made me cheat. I did out of spite. No, she wanted to do that. She could have just went to another good dude. She could have stayed with me or go to another good dude, because after she cheat, her reputation is ruined with other men.
Well, we have to have the conversation that men don't view sex the same way that women do. Men could literally they can fuck a woman and it doesn't mean anything. But if
they can have sex with this,
right? That's nothing. It's just.
I mean, they really can. You put a dude would have hit this on the back.
It was for breeze, baby. It was for breeze.
A dude hit that from the back.
From the back.
Yeah. We do have sex for different reasons.
But we also have to be honest and know that women can sometimes drive that man to do that.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Okay, so can
I
you
can do it if
elaborate
y'all
on
want
that? Like,
to.
what are women doing to drive a nigga to put his dick in somebody else?
So a woman who
she's not giving it to him. Period. She's not giving it to him.
Who is saying that right now? Who on the panel saying? Is that Lady Di?
I think it's Precious. Precious, you doing so good. And still, no one knew that was you talking.
Sorry,
Precious.
I gotta move around.
You was like,
I gotta move around. That's me. There are women who will stop having sex with their husband, or they will give it to him less and give him every excuse in the book when he was busting it down before they got married, and now they're married, and now she's gonna slow it up and expect him to be okay with that when he said, I want to be monogamous with you and have sex with only you, and now you slowing it up.
Right. So like,
that's wrong.
I agree with that.
Yeah. If you want a man to be,
I've heard of that before. I can't even argue that. I've heard of that shit before. Niggas
so
be like,
we were
fucking like rabbits before we got married. Then we got married. She's not even giving it up. That to me is dead. Like, why did you do that shit?
That's you driving right into another woman's arms. You driving right. You dropping them off at her house.
I got you.
The reason. Okay, so why married man cheat after many years of being loyal?
Come on, Bruce, give it to me.
Because she put too much brown sugar in his spaghetti. But on some real stuff. The man, it's not a matter of after being loyal. It's just she probably just found out at that time. That wasn't considered under his loyalty, whether or not he put his dick in somebody else.
Ooh.
His loyalty wasn't determined by that. And she just found out after many years. Probably been doing it. I would say the man been doing it. I don't think a woman just put a battery in the man's back, or she's pulling the strings on the amount of influence that's pushing him over into another woman's bed. Man wants to do it. He's just gonna do it. It ain't nothing really you could do.
Okay.
Go ahead, Lucky. Go ahead and chime in.
I think that a man who cheats after many years, it could possibly be like a Derek Jackson situation. I married the woman I can get at that time, and now that I'm at this certain level, I want to be with the women I can have access to now. So a lot of the times, the woman I started off with may not be the woman I end with. Maybe I've quote unquote outgrown her. Maybe she's gotten too complacent. She's too comfortable. She's feeling like, oh, all I have to do is these particular things. Maybe she's boring. Maybe she's unattractive. There's a lot of things that happen within a relationship. You're talking about being somebody for the rest of your life. And if you meet somebody at a younger age, sometimes that same way you doing that, it might start to get on my nerves after a while, or you guys just don't have anything compatible to talk about. There's a lot of different reasons. I think that most of the time when men are not just cheating just because it's a piece of ass, but if they do, I think it's a way that you could cheat respectfully, where you don't bring it back home. Like the wife may never know. So I think it depends on if he got caught, then it determines his level of respect he has for the wife. So I think that they cheat. It's a lot of reasons why he could cheat. It could be the fact that she's not what she used to be, or it could be the fact that you just not really what I want anymore. I want more of an abundance. And if a woman is okay with that, depending on the type of man she married, just like the Derek Jackson situation, if you look at him, then you look at her, you gotta kind of step it up. You can't just keep thinking that just because he married you a long time ago, you still not in competition. You're forever gonna be in competition if you have a man that other women want. Now, if you with a man that most women don't respect, or your husband is the food guy, then you ain't got nothing to worry about. But if he's cheating, I think most of the time it's because women not really stand on their toes throughout the whole marriage.
I like how Lucky gave a bunch of options. Men could do this, men could. Sometimes men just want to fuck. Let's just be straight honest. Like, they just want to fuck something new. They just want some new coochie. Like, why are we acting like that's not a thing? They just want something new.
Like, and if we're talking about building, once you build a man up at a certain level, we can use Anton and Mr. Lego. They seem like, Mr. Lego got a chain on and everything. He's displaying that, women like me, look at me. Most men care about putting certain things into play because they
Lucky really does.
No, I'm just saying, if he didn't care, if he did not care, they wouldn't buy Rollies.
I got a chain on too. Much too small.
Baby, sometimes.
But see, Ali, we're not gonna act like you don't have a Drake beard. So it's just certain things men. When they when they start feeling themselves, let's say Anton just popped out.
I'm just saying.
Let's say Anton on
Lucky, hold on. This man ain't touched his beard all fucking night. You talk about his beard, and all of a sudden he's like, God damn. Shit.
He's like, it is kind of nice, right? Yeah, like that nice beard. But what I'm
give these niggas
but what I'm saying is, let's say you can just tell when men start themselves. Women could tell. They start to see the confidence. If Anton pop out and he chiseled and he want to start showing his body, that's no offense, but his wife may have a lot more competition because they like, who is this little flashy little? It just comes with the territory, and if he's feeling a little bit good, or if she's quote unquote a wife or whatever the case may be, he might take her home.
Hey, Lucky is over here washing the whole fucking panel, and I'm not going.
I know, right?
I'm not having it. I'm not about to let this just fly.
Drake beard.
Y'all be up here saying stuff, but y'all like the attention that the other women outside of one woman get. Now, if y'all only cared about, I only want eyes for my wife, said no man ever. Said no man ever. You want to know you attractive to other people other than the person you going home to. So when that happens and you start to get that other attention, it gets to some men's head where they start coming home telling their wife, like, look, have you seen me out here? You're going to have to switch it up, switch your hair up. You're going to have to get in the gym.
What should I should just tell her, I'm just saying you can do better, right? That's not.
I'm just thinking that. I think that's more of a common reason.
Promoting the beginning of the video. He about to buy that shit because you mentioned it, Lucky.
Yeah.
That
so
is
he should. If men are heterosexual and they care about getting attention from all women, they are going to do things such as smell good. JR advertising the like men be spraying on the beard. They care. So especially
shout out to each hand.
And they don't have a perfect hairline. They start getting that crisp up. It's the truth. So when the women look, they know that if you got the husband that's super loyal and he don't care about all that, that's when you get the dad's stomach and that dent in the couch. You get this consistent man. You ain't really got to worry about him cheating, but now he got to worry about her because if she start looking good as she age and other men are like, dang, your husband don't take you nowhere no more. Your husband not doing that. Now she's sitting up here like, dang, I come back home. The work husband, he looking at me. My husband didn't even notice my new hairstyle. Let's not act like it don't happen. You get bored with the same person you've been with for years. And as people get older, especially men, they start looking more attractive and they get that salt and pepper thing happening. They get more money. They like, listen, I might just step out and give me a little bitty bum bum. And there go.
So Lucky, if let's say,
and that's what I was saying at the beginning of the video when everybody was looking at me like I was crazy. I was talking about how that new woman gives them a special vibe. They're like, damn, I'm that nigga again. They start feeling good. because they wives that been with them is like, nigga, you
Mhm.
rusty and crusty. I'm used to your ass. But
And
the
don't let the
woman is
wife
like,
get
"Ooh,
jealous.
damn,
They
bitch,
like
you
when the wife
baby,
is jealous. They
you
like,
work,
oh,
you
she
work
did
60
too.
hours a week. Damn,
She
I like that.
did.
Like they start making that motherfucker feel good, and they need that shit. So I'm saying, if you with a man for a long time, you still gotta make him feel like he's that motherfucker. Because once you stop, I'm telling you, they're gonna find a
That
bitch
is
that
good
will
advice.
make
That's
them feel
amazing
like
advice.
that.
That's part
That's
of serving
amazing
Them
advice.
feel
That
like
is
embracing
some
him.
great advice
That's
you're
what
giving
that
right now.
is.
Y'all
Kurt, that's
all
some great
wrong.
advice, bro.
Every
That's some,
single person on this
I know,
panel
right?
is so dead wrong. Y'all are so wrong.
Let's
Y'all
hear it.
so
Let's hear it,
off
Anton.
No.
Bring us home.
every way, shape, or
Give
form.
us a home run then.
He about to
If we
So
right,
We always wrong according to Anton.
I'm
y'all
telling
are
you. Go
because
ahead.
because
Take us to school.
first of all, it's character, right? Because honestly, most people that is easily swayed don't understand the value of their time, and then they get caught up with the character aspect of it. When you talk about people that start to become more successful, a lot of times people that's willing to risk it all, I say that those are people that got low character, because I don't give a fuck what happened. I'm never fucking up a bag for no hoes. It ain't a pussy in the world that I'm ever gonna fuck up a bag for. I don't care nothing about none of that. Not one. And so for me, you know, what it is that I stand for and the character in the bag is way more important than the chick. Like, I mean, think about it. Like y'all, yes, like somebody said, I don't know who said it. They said, you know, sometimes guys just want new pussy.
Me.
Yo, I've never wanted to drive another used car. I've never wanted to drive another used car. You know what I'm saying? That's like all of it is used. All of that pussy is used. Everybody done had it. It's nothing new about it. That's not impressive to me.
Anton,
I've never.
you don't think you go to extremes? Like it's either a bust down. Nah, hold on, Ali. Stop.
Have you ever went to go and
It's
have
either
you ever
a
went to
bust
go
down
test
or
drive
it's
a?
a brand new car for you. Like it's either she's a virgin or she's a bust down. There's no in between.
I'm not.
She's
The,
either
I'm
a
not a
hoe
fence.
or a housewife.
Oh shit,
Have
Anton.
you ever went and test drove another used car?
Oh shit,
That's how I look at it.
Anton, you tell me you ain't never seen something go, God dang.
Yeah, but I've also
But what I'm
seen
telling
used
you,
cars.
okay,
What's that thought? But what's that thought though?
What if
What's the
that-
thought
what
when
if-
you go,
what if
God?
you got
No.
a
Listen, I've
car?
seen used cars go down the street that people are driving like, damn, that mug is sweet, but I ain't never wanted to go and get in it because I know it's gonna smell like weed. It's dope from a distance, but that it ride like a piece of shit because
Hold on,
they
Anton. Hold on,
they
Anton.
put the rims
You
on it,
telling me-
and if the rims don't fit, hold on, let me finish cooking. I'm gonna let you throw your shots in a minute, Bruiser. Give me a second.
A lot of people
This
drive
is the shot show. I'm gonna let you throw your shots in a minute, though, Bruiser. Because I don't want to lose my thought. Because Lucky was watching the whole panel. So okay. My biggest point is that A is character, but also I think B is exposure, right? Because a lot of times, most people, when you get a woman that hasn't had a lot of partners, for example, let's just say a virgin, right? People are desensitized and they're overstimulated now, right? That's why, like, if a person starts watching porn, for example, right? They don't just stay at the level that they discovered porn at. It progressively becomes way more or different or something like that, and so on and so forth. Right. So my point is that a lot of times people are overstimulated and they overly exposed to things that they don't need to be exposed to, that then starts to tempt them. You can't tempt me with something that I'm not interested in. You can't tempt me with a position that I don't put myself in, to where I feel like I'd have to overcome something or I'd have to turn something down. So it's a completely different mindset. And so I think that a lot of times when you see somebody like a Derek Jackson, for example, he's starting to get overly exposed to things that chick ain't no different than the chick that he was when he married her. He was fucking that helmet of righteousness and all of that other type of shit, right? And then he got exposed to probably a couple different things that sparked his interest, and he got off the path and he fucked up his bag instead of going out here and continuing to pander to these hoes and tell them the shit that he wanted to hear and to continue to get a bag. He fucked it up over some pussy because A, he didn't have the character, and B, he got exposed to something that he never had, never experienced before, which then put him in a position to where he had to make a decision to turn it down, but he let his dick do the talking. And so that's why I always say that along with the success, because every guy is going to become, overwhelming majority of guys is going to become more valuable as they get older. They're going to make more money. They're going to have more access, whatever, right? I always tell people to work on the character, because the character is the thing that's going to keep you. It's going to keep you. It's going to be the thing that allows for you to be able to maintain a standard for yourself, because I value myself more than I value hoes. So it's just different for me. I just got a different perspective.
But Anton, let's pretend you're not married. Let's pretend you don't have this amazing life. Nah, hold on. I'm just trying. Just go on me with this journey real quick. And if you're not fucking with, you're not fucking with. It's okay. Let's say you're not married to this beautiful woman who is your business partner, who makes your life easier, but you meet this young chick at Walmart who make you feel like you the man. Oh, I'm
shout out to Mr. Let Go.
You not. You're not digging it. She's made like, oh my god, you're so amazing. I see you on the panels. She's hyping you up. She's straight giving you the double twist 3000. You're not feeling it. You're not going with it. You ignoring it. It's not enough for you.
No, she don't mean shit to me.
But what if she's like, hey baby, how can I make your life easier?
No, I'm straight.
Okay, all right, that's fine. That's all I wanted to know.
I'm not interested in being around people that's easy, because if I don't feel like I'm that special. If she's able to say that to me, and a lot of other niggas in busting. No, I don't want the thing that you missing it. I'm never interested in the thing that everybody always. I'm not interested in the thing that everybody had access to.
But what if she met you and Let Go? She's like, I don't think Let Go is special. I feel like you're special. It's you.
I don't care. Like, it doesn't mean anything to me.
Okay.
Listen, I've never cared about. I've never gave a fuck about what everybody else is doing. The only thing I've ever cared about is my purpose. That's it. If it does not serve my purpose, then it means shit to me. I don't care about none of that shit. Pussy is a dime a dozen. You can go get pussy anywhere. Like, that's not hard to do. That's easy. Especially when you get to a certain level in life, pussy is easy to get. That's not impressive to me. I want the thing that's not easily available. I want the cars that ain't nobody got. I want the flights that ain't nobody traveling on. I want everything that everybody can't have access to, because that's the thing that's the most valuable to me.
All right, let me get Balance in there. Balance, what are your thoughts? Why married man cheat after many years of being loyal?
I always say character first. So if a man is cheating, he just doesn't have the character, or a woman, man or a woman. If they're cheating, they don't have the character. There are a lot of people that are in open relationships and they share with each other. They're honest with each other. They can be real with each other. But if you have to cheat and lie and deceive people, you lack character. And again, there are calibers of people. We keep acting like it's men against women. It's not. There are different calibers of women and men. And then certain calibers of men and women, they would never do that, because that's just not the caliber of person that they are. And then you have other people who they do whatever, because they don't live by a code. They don't live by their word. They just do whatever. And those people, they should be with each other. People that have higher standards, like Anton is speaking about, we understand each other and we live differently. And we do things that a lot of people cannot do because they don't live by that code. And that's really all I have to say about it.
You know, and let me also say this. This is another benefit of my chick being my best friend, because I don't have secrets, right? And so if I'm thinking a certain type of way, and this ain't even just as it relates to like cheating or relationships or anything like that, but just in a general sense, I feel comfortable enough and I'm chilling enough to where I'll be like, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And it ain't no thing for me. And so a lot of times I'm able to think myself through it, or to have that conversation. And is sometimes it's just like, man, you just frustrated with something, or you just, you know what I'm saying? You feeling this type of way or whatever, or so on and so forth, or you've been overly working and you need to chill out or whatever. I'm able to talk that through openly without having to worry about what somebody think about me, because literally the person that laid next to me is also my best friend. So I don't worry about that. I solve for whatever my problems are. And even if I'm still feeling like that, we might be talking it through. And I mean, come on, man, I'll be real. I'm gonna be 100% real. We'll talk that through, like, yeah, you know what? I can do it, but I'm not about to fuck up a bag. Like we talk that shit out, like real talk. And it's like, man, I'm not about to fuck up my reputation for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's just a real conversation. So for me, I'm always surrounding myself by, and I need people around me that will tell me the truth, add value into my life, and ensure that I'm successful, because my success is their success. And they understand of what it is that we building together. We building a legacy. And I'm also keeping in mind that I want to always be the man that I would want my daughter to marry. I would not want a man to treat my daughter like shit. So I'm never going to treat a chick or treat my daughter's mother like shit. So for me, I got a different set of standards and principles that I live by, and I vet through all of the different things that I got to deal with on a daily basis in order to ensure that I'm still successful. I got to move differently.
All right, let me go ahead, Lady Di. Go and hop in this. Why married men cheat after many years of being alone.
So my opinion to this is that if a woman can't keep her man's things empty down there and keep his stomach full and keep a peace of mind, he's going to step out regardless. You guys, ladies, have to be able to keep up. If you want a man to be monogamous with you in this society, you're going to have to match his sex drive. And if you can't match that, then you shouldn't be married. So that's why I think, in my opinion, why men cheat.
Okay. Mr. Lego, what are your thoughts, sir?
When you cheat, that's some of the worst things you can do in a relationship. With, like, you sleep next to that person every night, so you can't cheat on that person. If you have issues, you got to talk them out. You know, if you want to do something, like, that's the person you're with. Y'all have to have a conversation. If she's not giving you enough sex, y'all got to talk about that. And I think people who cheat, it's like they don't know how to communicate how they feel, regardless, you know, because earlier they were saying men need a feeling of affirmation or whatever, you know, to be affirmed, to feel like they're the man or whatever. Well, a man has to be able to sit with his woman or his wife and say, yo, you don't make me feel like this like you used to. And I think that's the biggest problem with men and women. Like, either they are afraid to communicate how they feel, or they just don't know how to communicate how they feel. And they go back to their go-to coping mechanism that was there before they got with the woman or got with the man, which is sleeping around or something, you know?
Yeah, there's men out there that's sitting here telling a woman that they need to bust it back or whatever, drop it like it's hot, and these women are not doing it. They're like, no, I don't want to. I'm too tired. I got to do this. I got to do that. Having all these excuses. Men are talking. It's just that women ain't listening. I think that's what you be saying. Women don't care. They're like, oh, you married me. You ain't going to do shit to mess this up. Okay. Men out there, quote unquote, if you want to say messing it up, like what Anton is saying, they doing that because they still trying to get their, I don't know if I can say this, but their things empty down. I'm going to say that. They still trying to get it off. At the end of the
Lady
day,
Di, do you think it's because they married the wholesome woman and not the whore?
No, I don't think that. I think women.
So if she's a wholesome woman with less body counts and you're the only man that's supposed to be breaking her in, aren't you also responsible for how she busts it open? Like, you can just tell her all day, but aren't you supposed to be teaching her how to be your said at home?
What if she doesn't want to? That's what she's saying.
You could be wholesome all day long and you could have, bent it over once a week. I'm talking about consistency. Women are not consistent with a lot of shit, period. And they're not consistent with sex. And I'm just talking about sex right now. Because if men are cheating, most of them are just cheating to get something off. So if their woman at their house is not letting them get it off because they don't want to today.
Lady Di, so once a week is enough? Because you said visit over once a week.
No.
What's enough?
She's about to tell you.
Hold on. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm asking because she's a married woman, so I'm trying to figure out how many times are you bending that ass over a week if you married?
So look,
it sounds like she's saying it's based on his needs, right? That's what
I am. I'm about to say that it's based
no,
on.
But see, that's the problem though, because who want to have sex with somebody that look at sex like a chore?
Right.
Like, I don't want you. Listen, I don't want you fucking because you trying to fulfill my needs. I want you to fuck because you want to fuck. You know what I'm saying? And so
You want that tank type of fuck.
That's what I'm trying to go. Now, hold on, let me finish. What I'm saying is women do look at it like a chore. That's why they don't do it, right? So if you look at sex just as much as your man look at sex, like I said earlier, matching his sex drive, you have to want it in order for it to be more pleasurable for him and for you. And if that
what makes a woman want it? Like just to add that, because if most women are saying they're not getting orgasms, I'm not really excited to sleep with a man who can't make me come anyway.
Women need to know their bodies. You can't wait for no man to.
You could know your body, but you could also be with a
and
man
then
that's
you
down
having
there
sex
shaking
with
his
women,
head.
so you ain't gonna have no orgasm.
Hold on.
Lucky. I mean, let's have an adult conversation, y'all.
Like women are not having orgasms. Let's have that conversation.
What make
that's because they're using roses and rods and Febreze cans.
They're not Febreze cans.
They're not learning their body.
The average woman is not buying a rose. The average woman. That I understand social media is telling y'all that's the new fad, right? Just like Jay's. But let's have a real conversation when married women are talking about how it's uncomfortable. They feel like a man is just jacking off when he on top of them. So what makes a woman want to have sex with her husband? Like, what are men saying? Like, I'm interested to hear what men are saying as far as, I don't want it to be like a chore, like Anton is saying. I want her to want to have sex with me. I want her to be on her knees before I ask, right? So what makes her want to? It has to be pleasurable, right? She can't just feel like it is a chore, like, you know,
with women. I love that you say that. And with women, are you giving them an experience? Are you giving them experience?
Well, hold on. Wait. So let me ask a question. Hold on.
Let me finish. Are you just giving them an experience? Or are you just fucking them? Are you just giving them meat? Oh my God, I'm going in. And you niggas' minds, you feel like you going in, but are you really fucking going in? Are you really giving her what she needs? Is she really getting off? Do you actually know that? Or are you just being sexually pleased? That's what you need to ask yourselves. And a lot of times, to be honest with you niggas, I'm gonna speak for all women. Women are not bold enough to tell you niggas, y'all aren't giving us what the fuck we need. Because y'all aren't.
That's so messed up.
How is that messed up?
No, but Curve.
Hold on, Ali. Bruiser, hold on, Ali. Hold on, Curves. Bruiser, why is that messed up?
If you marry this man,
who the fuck is marrying somebody that's not making them come before they're...
You gotta let
a lot of women, according to
we talking about marriage,
and that's what I'm saying. A lot of women are.
We're not talking about. We're not talking about being a hoe out in the streets. We talk.
Bruiser. A lot of married women are lying because if you look at statistics, I'm not bullshitting. I'm not making this shit up. Just look at the shit. Fucking Google it. I'm not making this shit up because it sounds good. Look at the fuck up. A lot of women are not
49%.
Hold on. Go ahead. Give them the percentages.
49% of women are not orgasm. They don't orgasm if they're out of a relationship. 70 to 80% of women who are in a committed relationship can orgasm. But to add to the point, Curves.
Go ahead.
If all of y'all disagree that a lot of women are hoes, right?
What the fuck are you talking about? We're not talking about
man. Can I finish? Can you? No. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, I'll ask you a question. I'm making a point. I'm making a point.
Why do you have a point?
I'm about to make a point.
Go ahead, make a point, please.
You agree that most women are hoes, right?
Hell no. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yes, you did.
No,
okay. Yes, you did, but I'm not gonna say that. We're gonna say, okay, put it this way. Let me finish.
Ali, what are you doing?
Cuz, why are you triggered right now? Hey, Mr. Lego, don't do that. I'm talking to her. Don't do that. Don't do that, man. Come on, man. Don't start that, Mr. Lego. You've been good today. Don't start that. She triggered. Address her. She's triggered, not me.
Nigga, I'm not triggered. What the fuck?
I just want to hear what you gotta say, Ali.
Look, no, address her. Don't address me. Address her.
Who am I addressing?
See what she gotta say.
Bruiser, can you referee this, please?
I want Ali to make his point.
Okay, let's make the point. Anton, JR, Bruiser, all the men that got wives. Are we more attentive to our wives than hoes? Do we care if the hoe comes?
I don't give a damn if a hoe comes. Nah.
That's why most women that's not in a relationship don't come, because a man don't care if you come. He just busting.
Listen, I know a chick who works for a sex store.
Hold on, wait, Bruiser, you said you don't what?
I don't give a damn if she come.
Oh, you see what I'm saying? Did you see what the fuck he just said?
If it's a hoe,
Well, if
If
in
it's a hoe, they don't.
I'm not in that
care
line of
about
work no
hoes.
more. But I'm
but
just
if
saying.
men made their
If you're a
wives
wife, he's more attentive
wives and
on
they
you. He
were
wants you to
hoes,
come.
then
That's
you
what I'm
know.
trying to say. I was trying to say something. If you married and you can't, y'all was talking about you know having communication. If you as a woman, you can't tell your man that you like it or like it this way. So yeah, you know, you guys been together for a while and you're like, you know what? I like these positions. I like you to do this. I like you to look it that way. Why can't women just be honest with a man if you in your relationship?
Wait.
Women
But
don't like
you
to
know why
tell.
you off? You know why it's wrong, lady? You're not wrong, but you know why it's off? Because first of all, most people think that because they're in a relationship, it's the same as being married. It's not. All right. Because a lot of women think that they're in a relationship, but the dude just fucking them. Bruiser is absolutely 100% right. They conflate arguments. And the stat that Ali just stated speaks to it, right? If 80% of women that are in committed relationships or married, whatever, like that, can or is orgasming or whatever, but the overwhelming majority of the women that's not aren't, that means that dudes don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about you. You just a bust down. So they there to get theirs. Hopefully you get yours.
Right.
And why would we care about whether you get your nut off when you just a moment?
Right.
That's the thing. That's what they're not catching. They think that we give a fuck about whether or not they come or not, when in reality, the dynamics of the relationship matters.
Right.
And what also matters is if you're I'm talking about marriage right now, because there's women in here talking about they not getting pleased in their relationship. Well, you got to understand you probably not pleasing him, because for a man to please you or want to care in your marriage, you got to be definitely being a good wife by being his peace. You can't be coming in the house arguing all the time, complaining and nagging and shit. He ain't gonna care when he trying to get his nut off, period. He gonna get his and he gonna leave. And if you're not there to be a wife that he needs, it's not gonna be, well, what you want, what you trying to do. If you a good wife, your man is gonna please you the best way that you telling him. If it's so-called miscommunication, you telling him, hey, this is what I want, he gonna do it. It's not no if, ands, or but about that. Like what Anton's saying. As a married person, if you come and cross with somebody that's not pleasing you, it's because your relationship is fucked up.
I'm curious as to what Balance think too, though.
Anton, think about what part.
About just about any of it. What are your thoughts in a general sense? But okay, I got one for you.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. What was you about to say?
I was gonna actually agree with what Bruiser said. I think it's true that I know I'm surprised too, but it happens. It is true that if a man doesn't care or respect about you, he's not going to be concerned about your needs and your pleasures at all. Like, we should know that. That honestly should be common sense. I feel like we're having an elementary conversation because how don't we know this? But it's common sense. It's true. If a man loves and respects you, he's going to do what he needs to do to make sure he is pleasing you. And that's a fact. And I'm going to leave it there.
But it's the same way, Precious, Lady Di, Lucky, Curves, that guy you use to just give you presents, that guy you use to took you on a date, that bought you some steak and you use him for money, he ain't come 100% of the time either. You ain't care about if he came. It's the same thing. So, I mean, y'all know it's the same. When you don't care about him, he can take you out. He can spend on you. He can praise you. He can stroke your ego all day long, but he ain't getting none. It's the same way. But the difference with the guy is once he's in there, he gonna finish when he finish. You better get it when he get it.
And just to piggyback off of what Mr. Lego said earlier, it is a communication issue whenever you marry, for the man to be cheating, because I think it's important for you to articulate your conditions that's keeping you from stepping out. If you have a condition, so to speak, I'm not talking about myself. We're talking about most men here, the majority. That reason why they stepping out. The only thing I can think of is they're not articulating and being open and transparent about the conditions that's going to keep them monogamous or loyal. And that's important. You need to let her know. Y'all need to let each other know if y'all have specific conditions that's going to keep y'all in bounds. Y'all need to go ahead and communicate that if that's what y'all own. Not everybody's on that type of move.
I agree with you, Real Bruiser.
But,
the only part of it is the caveat to that is don't make it seem like it's an either or. Like, when you communicating this, don't make it seem like, well, if you're not doing this, then I'm gonna step out. Don't frame it like that. Like, don't make it like a threat. You know what I'm saying? Make it more like you're just passionate about what it is that y'all got going on, and it's meaningful to you enough. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to finesse it a little bit differently. Don't frame it like, listen, if you're not meeting my needs and this is what I need, then I don't know, I might have to get it from somewhere else. Just make sure that you can say anything to anybody if you say it the right way. If you learn how to communicate it more effectively. So that's just
it goes to women not being pleased also. That conversation has to be had. You know, if a woman isn't coming, or if woman is faking, or whatever the woman is doing or whatever or not doing, if she isn't happy with, because we talked about how much men want it or whatever, but women have to communicate how much they want it or how they want it, you know, or how they want it differently. So communication has to be had on both sides, because there's a lot of men that don't feel comfortable talking about whatever it is that they are feeling emotionally, probably. And women may have a problem communicating how much they are having issues physically with the man. So it goes the same way. Communication is to keep dudes from cheating. If a woman ain't, he may turn around and start screwing a dude on the side. So a woman may cheat.
And Curves, I get what you were saying earlier, but about the men not caring, and a lot of women don't want to be open about him not giving you orgasm. That's why you need to get married. Stop messing with these pookies.
Bruiser, I find it actually fucking humorous as shit that you assume that I'm dealing with pookies. What do you know about my actual life?
I would say, if you ain't married, and have you been married?
No, I haven't, but I think it's humorous that you think if a woman has. I heard your little goofy ass Kim, fucking
Well,
great value.
Hold on, what you said? You said earlier, somebody's.
No, don't do that. Don't do
I'm
that.
I'm just quoting what you said. I'm just quoting what you said. You said earlier his dick was up your spine.
Let's talk about it. Let's do it. You wanted to do it, so we bring it.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to do that.
No, you want to do it. You wanted to bring it
I'm
here,
cool with you.
Listen.
I'm cool with you. I'm cool with you. I like you. I'm cool. I don't want to do that. I'm just quoting what you.
Like, okay. What's your question? I'm listening.
No, I'm just saying, like, it just depends on who you mess with. If you messing with a potential husband, somebody that's gonna wipe you up, or you just messing with regular guys. I didn't mean to put pookies on you. I didn't mean to trigger you something. But I've read in a couple of books when you do say stuff that trigger people, it actually hits something internally, that draws out an emotion. So I would say what I said might have some truth to it.
What you're drawing out is you got me fucked up. It's not that you're drawing out any level of truth. You're drawing out, you got me fucked up. It's like me saying, oh, Bruiser, you fuck with men. You're going to respond to me like, bitch, you got me fucked up. It's not a, oh, you're right, you caught me. It's a, bitch, you got me fucked up type vibe. I'm looking at you like, nigga, you got me fucked up. I don't think you understand who you're talking to. So don't talk to me like you're talking to a bitch who is dealing with pookies.
So
I'm not that. So address me differently. I don't care who you talk to, who you've dealt with, but talk to me differently is what I'm saying. Or don't talk to me at all.
Bruiser, are you saying that women who are not married and they're with men in a relationship that are not,
if you're not married and you coming on a network saying his dick is in your spine, I'm just gonna assume it's a pookie just pulling your wig off.
When did I say anything about a dick being in my spine? Is what I'm trying to figure out. Where did you hear that from?
I may have exaggerated a little bit, but you said his dick was inside.
As simple as graduate from high school? Because what the fuck are you talking about? Whose dick is in my spine? I never said that. And Lady Di, what are you talking about? Because I would like to address that as well. What are you saying?
I'm asking him.
Oh shit!
Hold on. I'm asking him. Is he saying that if, let's say you, Kurt, you're in a relationship with a man
and
that's not marrying you, is considered a pookie? I'm just trying to understand what's being said here.
I feel like you didn't ask anything. You just said about a man that's being pooky is not trying to marry you.
All I'm saying is, me and Anton just made a point about
I ain't got nothing to do with this one.
Men not care. Okay, he
I ain't
agreed.
got no. I ain't.
He agreed. I think
No,
Balancing also agreed, but I think she agreed because Anton agreed with me. It was more like a mutual agreement.
For it. What's up?
Hold on. What I'm saying is, when you mess with a husband, it's different. A husband actually care whether you get an orgasm. I'm saying because of these guys that you saying don't care whether you actually get an orgasm, and you're eager to say and speak up on it.
It doesn't have to be you husbands, and I literally specified before I said it. It doesn't have to be you. I even said I'm not talking about you men on the panel. I literally said that. I put that disclaimer out there. I said it doesn't have to be you guys.
Okay. So you made a point about women not getting orgasms.
They want new pussy, is what I was saying. And if I'm lying, then tell me I'm lying. Do you guys not want new vagina? You're married. You've been married for years. Do you not think about other vagina? You probably don't want to say because your wives are watching right now. So it's like you're like you barking up the right.
No, you ain't saying nothing wrong, Curves.
I'm the type. That's fine to ask that question. I'm the type of person, if I want it, I'm gonna get it. But that's not what I want to do.
Wait, what?
Miss Luck, we ain't saying nothing wrong, man.
I said I'm a man. If I want to do anything in life, I'm gonna do it. I'm just saying that's not what I want to do. I'm a married man and I love my wife, and I'm not.
You're a married man, and it's okay for you to do that.
I didn't say it was okay for me to do anything. I'm saying
you just fucking said it.
I'm saying that I don't. You saying that you insinuate that I think about wanting new pussy. I'm saying I don't. I'm saying if I ever had any thoughts about wanting anything, I'm the type of person to go and do it. So I don't have those thoughts. I don't have those thoughts of wanting other vagina.
So if you had those thoughts,
that's if, man. If we can play if all night, I'm just saying.
Here, go get it. Okay,
I'm just saying I am a go getter. I'm just a go getter. But that's not the case here. In my marriage, I respect what I built with my wife, so I would never do that.
I don't disagree with nothing that he's saying. Not one thing.
Dope chick, and as you shouldn't. You should.
It ain't about what I should do. It's just about what I want to do.
Right, because that's what really matters. What you want to do.
Curves.
No. Hold on. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. On the real, I don't disagree with one thing that he's saying, and I have the same sentiment. I can do what the fuck I want to do.
Have I lied at all tonight? Am I capping?
No, I mean, but think about what he's saying though. Like, if you want to do what you want to do as a man, what's stopping you? There's nothing that's stopping any of us from doing what we want to do.
Opportunity is stopping you.
Only you.
No, it's not.
If you've seen, I don't know who your dream chick is. Let's picture it's Alicia Keys, the top bitch, whatever you think it is. Whoever you think it is, I don't know.
It's top.
If you had the opportunity.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, all right, great.
But why isn't his top woman his?
But let's be clear. No. Let's be clear.
We don't have a
wait.
I'm just asking.
It's delusional.
Hold on.
It's delusion. And if you believe what the fuck these niggas are saying, you're delusional.
I'm saying if a man
hold on, lady die. Hold on, lady die. Let's hold on. Wait.
Wow.
So are you telling me that I'm gonna use myself. I'm not gonna. Bruiser can speak for himself. He's been doing it all night. You telling me that I stay faithful because of what again?
No. I don't. Okay, hold on. Pause. I don't know why you stay. I don't know why you stay faithful. It could be because your wife is doing everything she's supposed to do. She's looking out for you. She's got your back. She's paying whatever. I don't know.
Nothing to do with her.
In your butt, huh?
It has nothing to do with her. She's not the determining factor for whether or not I'm going. She's not the determining factor for whether or not I'm going to be faithful.
Okay, that's fair.
Right. So I have a dynamic relationship because I create the dynamic relationship.
So you have a certain level.
However, she is not the determining factor for whether or not I'm going to be faithful or not. It's whether I want to or not. I'm not interested in doing anything outside of my marriage, so I choose not to. But let's be clear. I can do whatever I want whenever I want to, and she's still going to be here. I choose not to do anything.
So you fuck a new woman this weekend. She's still by your side.
Yes.
Why?
Longevity of
why?
a relationship,
I'm asking him.
a marriage,
I
kids.
don't know. Lady Di, I'm not talking to you. Respectfully, I'm talking to Anton because I'm trying to figure out why is his lady sticking beside him after he fucks another woman.
I'm a woman. I'm a
Hypothetically,
woman. So I was just,
hypothetically speaking, I'm just asking.
Because we never getting divorced ever.
So it's a one-time thing. She knows what
Yes.
it is. You know what it is. Y'all made a commitment, and that's what it is.
That's correct.
Okay, that's fair.
Hey, Curve, it just sounds like whenever you project it towards Lady Di saying, if you believe these men, I think you said something along the lines, don't believe what these men are saying. It
What
sounds
makes
like
wait. Hold on, Bruiser.
Did I
What
say
makes
that?
you think
Did
that?
I
What?
say that?
Think about this. No.
Bruiser, if you
Forget
understand what I said,
what
say
she
what-
thinks,
say what I
right?
said.
No. Think about this. Think about this, Curves. Think about this. Why would my chick roll out with me through my brokenness, through all of the struggles that we dealt and all of this? And then I get to the pinnacle of my life and I still got a lot of runway to make a whole lot more money and be way more successful in everything. And she would leave that for what?
Because you put your dick in another pussy, you're good.
And you think
right?
that hold on, wait. You think that my chick is emotional enough to walk away from all the things that I've built in order for just because she emotional over another pussy?
Okay. Anton, I can't speak to your relationship, but if a woman can stay through
No,
that,
I'm asking
fair
you a
enough.
question. You would walk
No,
away.
I'm saying,
what?
Hold on. Think about this. Think about this.
I'm answering.
You would walk away. You would let another chick possibly come in and take your spot from the thing that you held down for almost 2 decades because you emotional over some pussy.
Okay.
And I don't
what
even
I'm
give
saying
it.
is-
Think about it. No,
Answer
let's
the
use
question, Curve.
let's use your scenario, right?
I hear you.
Let's say I fuck another chick this past weekend, right? That bitch is she a moment, right? In this scenario, she's a moment. She don't mean nothing to me. Ain't never gonna see her again. I don't give a fuck about that hoe. She was just a nut. She was a slip up, whatever. You telling me you throwing away 2 decades for some pussy? I'm asking you now.
I don't know. Is she?
Answer
No, I'm asking
if it's you.
Would you do it?
You.
You said 2 decades over some pussy.
And inheritance.
It depends on what we built. If what we built was significant.
If you were his wife, you have an understanding of his life. Would
Mr.
you?
Let Go, I don't know if you think I'm fucking retarded or something, but I hear what you're saying. And I
You
can
ain't
answer
answering the
that.
question. We just waiting on you to answer the question.
Though, what the fuck?
Because your damn mouth.
Would you walk? Hold on, wait. Because I answered your question directly. I didn't
Curve,
mince
answer
words.
the
I didn't
question.
stutter. I didn't do none of that.
Answer because Mr. Let Go was trying to put his.
Okay, so
No,
Mr. Let Go
you
is
won't
quiet
answer
now.
the
So
question
go
for
ahead.
some
Would you
reason.
leave or not?
So I can't get a few seconds. I'm allowed to think.
No, yes or no? Why you need a few
I
seconds?
gotta answer like it's
Think
like
about
my
it.
dick. I'm sorry.
Yes.
So when you're dealing with
anyway, like I was saying, so if it was 2 decades of us putting some shit together and he had a moment, that would be a conversation we would have to have. But I don't. If I'm being honest, I don't think I would let it go over one moment because I understand that men don't view sex the way women do. We have a emotional attachment. Men are kind of like, I fuck.
So that's a yes. You would leave.
Huh?
So that's a yes. You would leave.
I
right?
didn't say that. Did
I'm trying to get a clear. Listen, I'm a C student. I just need
Anton,
a clear
okay,
answer.
so hear what I'm saying. I'm saying if he was like, okay, I just fucked her, she was there, it was an mistake. Okay, I would probably want to have further conversation. That would be something we have to work through. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm not working through anything. Either you here or you're not.
I'm not saying I wouldn't leave. I wouldn't leave.
Okay, but here's my alternative.
Okay, God, this isn't working.
Here's my alternative. I'm not talking about it extra. She was just a moment. I explained what it is. It was either you can stay or you can go.
How long? How long are we together?
2 decades.
Excuse me.
We together for 2
decades.
We together for a year. We together for a year.
For a year?
1 year. We married and we together for a year.
And you fucked.
And I fucked another chick.
Turn the lights off.
Turn the lights off.
You know what happened?
We
She
together
said
for a
full
year.
TV and her light bill got cut off.
We together for a year.
So no. Actually, I got a phone call. My sister called me. Anything else?
We got you.
Okay, thank you. So next, my sister is Kelly. If you guys didn't know, so
We together for a year. I cheated. Are you leaving?
Kelly, like,
Kelly called in as a phone a friend, wasn't it? Said, look, I know how to answer this, girl. Shout out to Kelly.
What would Kelly do, Curves?
Some of you people up here. Never mind. I'm not gonna do it. Anyway, to answer your question,
what would Kelly do? Would Kelly leave?
Nah, I'm not gonna do that to y'all tonight. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but
Leave her alone, y'all. Let her.
Well,
please,
to answer my
I don't
question,
want to hurt any feelings, and I don't want to be disrespectful. But
All
if you're disrespectful to me,
Time to
I
move
will
on.
hurt your fucking feelings.
hey, Curves. It's just me and you talking.
I'm
Would you leave?
talking to you, but I'm saying other people are saying shit. So if you want that type of smoke, I'm with all that. Please understand that.
Would you
I'm
leave?
not above it. I'm not above it.
Would you leave?
I'm with you for a year.
Don't leave me, girl.
Honestly, it depends on what type of dynamics we set up.
So that's a no.
It depends on. So if we set up that type of dynamic, then it may be a no. But if we set up a type of dynamic where I would leave you, then I might fucking leave you.
You're not going. You're not leaving. You're gonna sit your ass down. You're gonna go back in that fucking bedroom, and you're gonna get yourself
Well,
together.
what are you
You're not
doing
going
for me
nowhere.
to do that? Are you doing something different from, as you guys would claim, Pookie and whoever else names you guys try to come up with?
You're not going nowhere. I'm not gonna like negotiate it. You're just not gonna do it. You're not gonna leave. Let's be real. You're not going anywhere.
I'm gonna tell you guys right now. So what you don't
Not that
understand
difficult.
about me is I've had a father in my life. Like some women ain't never had a real man in their life that showed love, compassion, provider, protector, all that shit. So some women never understand even what it looks like, and they want the shit that they never even seen. I've seen the shit. I've had it. So if you think you're gonna
You've
shoot
had
me
what?
ain't shit, bitch, you got me fucked up.
You've had what?
I've had
All right,
what?
we gotta get to the
You-
meat.
I'm saying you've had what?
I've had a protector, a provider, a man who is there, present. I've had a father in my life. That's what I'm saying. Some bitches want and expect shit that they ain't never even seen. I've seen it in my life. So I'm saying
You haven't seen this life.
we talking about, yeah, you didn't have the other part.
No. Listen, I got a whole nother different type of life. You ain't seen this life.
let's go for it. Let's go for it.
You have not seen this life.
Do the after hours.
What life is that?
You ever been on a private jet before? Have you? Don't cap.
I have not.
I know you haven't. You ever been in a Ferrari before?
I actually have.
You been in a Ferrari?
You sure?
You want pictures, Anton? Do you want me to DM
No,
you?
I'm just asking. I didn't dispute it. I just asked.
I can. What's your Instagram name?
Not a Subaru.
Who said that? Who said that?
Cruiser.
I didn't say that.
Come on, JR. Let's move on, bro.
Let's move on.
Bruiser,
You guys are just going. Hold on.
Bruiser, you got 2
Hold on,
seconds before I
hold
get on that ass.
hold on.
Lapeef,
Hold
tell
on,
him
no.
I will get on him.
Hold on.
I will get on you.
Let's go to move on.
Okay.
All right, with that being said,
She laughing. That's why she turned the camera off.
Welcome to Our People Let's Talk. Make sure we get the likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Marcus Evans said, "Tell them real precious." Yeah, Marcus Evans, tell them real precious. Saint Cartier, 49 ounce member says, "Lucky."
If you don't send more than $5, I think $5, bro.
Marcus Evans, $10 says, "The Ali Precious." Lamont R. Davis, $5 says, "Curse for life, love you, baby, but you just got put on to the show. I like you so far. Great work. I have a partnership program for my company. If anyone is promotion shit." Billy the Kid 499 says, "There's a Patrice O'Neal video saying that men cheat. It has nothing to do with his woman. A woman cheats has everything to do with him." Marcus Evans $10 says, "Lucky." Here you go, Anton.
Fucking Ali, man, and Bruiser. Y'all are the worst people to be on the panel with, man. Shout out to Michael Jones. The real precious hit it right on the head. A lot of women want the wedding and don't want to be the wife. Once married, she give it up less. Then get mad when he step out. Shout out to Mike is at one. He like at least 200. Yeah. He 200 plus tonight. Shout out to Mike. He out here making it. Hey, Lucky. He said he ain't sending $5. He got a two ball for you. All right, I see you, Mike Jones.
Marcus Everton out says Lucky is catching bodies with the jokes. To go $5 says Anton, how you gonna let Lucky say, damn, look at this little flashy guy? That sounded like a shot. Anton starving, ain't it? Eating food between his teeth. Big facts, Lady Di. I want everything that everybody can't have access to because that's the thing that's most valuable. Anton, love it. Ali told the truth. This is not about women. It's all about the man. If we do it, it's just because we chose it. If we're moving right, we'll talk to her if she's lacking. Otherwise, it's a poor decision. Marcus Evans says $10 what Curve just said is bush. Wow, bro. Marcus Evans Fowler says, why is Curve so triggered? AL says communication is only half of it. You also got to care to actually act on that communication. Folks communicate all the time, but don't care to act on it. Queen AMZ 199 said, what's the female version of a pookie? Michael, here you go.
Oh, shit. He at 250 now. What? We got a problem over here. Ali, when a man don't care about a woman, needs, it's just like when a man takes a woman out for a steak and gets nothing in return. Perfect analogy. Shit, Mike. I don't know what to do no more. I don't know whether to get up and do cartwheels, jumping jacks, or what. I don't know whether I need to get lucky to read this, or I don't know what's going on. Shout out to Mike with the 250. He said we making it rain all night.
Appreciate it, sir. The balancer Steven Star says, who hurt her? No woman even checked her gross. Marcus Everton says, look at you, emotional Lux voice. Jones Boy 804-499 says, why is the ones who get on here that get to sipping wine become so chaotic, literally out of control? Marcus Evans says, Curtis, to relax, bro. Let's just have a conversation. Russell Sharp, $2 says, all P cut same, some fat, some slim. We like fat. Chike Auto LLC 49 also member says, please, Bruiser, we need the sound. Bruiser, please. It's too emotional. Curve she hasn't been cheated on and stayed. I'm behind, but why nobody asked Lucky does a stud count the same as a man? Women count the same as men, added to the body count, making women 304s.
So fucking boring.
Real precious $5.
I think it do count if you're using strap-ons, but just to educate y'all, not every lesbian is getting strapped.
Thank you. They don't know shit about shit, Lucky. I wouldn't even respond to these motherfuckers.
Kelly Collins says, y'all chill on Curves. At least she is for a lot of phonies on these panels, fake guru coaches who don't really live their lifestyle. A couple regurgitated talking points. The real balance Steven says, Michael Jones gotta be a scammer, LOL. I appreciate all the super chats coming through so far. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We're about to ready to get to the meat of the conversation. We know the ladies like the meat. Well, maybe not. I don't know. It's to be determined.
You fucking childish as hell for saying that, Lapeef.
I'm just saying. I mean, we're in a different age now, so I get some more sound effects. I get a new slogan.
No, just keep that one. Just keep that one.
All right, but before we do, I'm gonna go ahead and kind of lighten the room up a little bit with this little joke.
They comfortable, man. They just women fucking hate. If they see you comfortable, if a woman sees you fucking comfortable, oh, it does something to them on the inside. Let me tell you, if a woman comes from work and she got some groceries, and the first thing she sees when she come in the house is you laying on the sofa, fucking comfortable? My God, when she comes in, her whole face, man. She will put the bags down slow. She will talk to women who aren't there. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. Look.
It's time to get to the meat, man. I just have to lighten it up. Moving on to our the meat of the conversation right now, which is open relationships and swingers. Open relationships and swingers. Seems to be a hot topic, man, especially people that's been married or people, maybe just people that just hopping into relationships. But this conversation often comes up about maybe we should have an open relationship. And then there's this swinging thing, man. You ever been out and just had a couple approach you and it's like they have a motive for you? You know, maybe you guys have talked about swinging. I don't know, but it's a conversation I don't think has been talked about, but I know has been brought up in some of you guys' households. So I'm gonna go ahead and play this clip to give a little context.
To be married, that's fun, but I would definitely be like, it would be definitely an open marriage.
Okay.
Because I can't, like, nothing wrong with people being with someone forever, but I'm not gonna sit here and really like tell myself, okay, so I'm only gonna fuck this one for the rest of my life. That's fucked up. It's not like we have body parts for a reason. So let's explore them. You know what I'm saying?
Like different body parts from different people.
Yeah. Explore them. Like, we're so many people in this world. Do we really want to fuck one person forever?
7 billion people.
That's what I'm saying.
A lot of people.
Yeah.
A lot of for, you know.
It's crazy because like
and pussy. Like
and
what?
pussy.
It's like
And
win-win.
All right, let's talk about it. I'm going to go to Lucky first on this one. What are your thoughts?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let's just talk about what she's saying. I guess I'm trying to understand what is the fun in getting fucked by multiple men throughout life. Like, can somebody, I mean, just before I can answer it, maybe her in particular, but I don't see the enjoyment of being penetrated by multiple men throughout your life. Like, she's saying it like it's just some sort of excitement. Now, unless you're that type of person and that's what you like. But I totally disagree. I think that's more of a person who doesn't want a commitment. So if you're into that type of thing, some men enjoy looking at their women getting smashed. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's a thing in open relationships, but typically in open relationships is usually the man having multiple partners and the woman just being monogamous. So if it's a mutually open relationship where she can see herself sleeping with multiple men, I guess that's for that particular couple on what they choose to do. But me personally, I don't subscribe to that type of belief. So no, I think that you should be able to just be getting penetrated by the person you commit to. Like, you talking about reducing STD rates, and that's just nasty as hell, period. Especially if we just had a whole conversation about men not caring about a woman's orgasm. So how many men are just fucking you and throwing a rag at you once they're done with you? So no, that doesn't really seem attractive to me. It seemed like it stink. It seemed like her pH balance is off. And it don't seem like anybody should be just listening to people who have a microphone on these podcasts anymore. That's like some bullshit. I don't agree with that. But if that's the type of lifestyle you want, then I'm not judging it. But personally, no, I think that's trifling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Precious.
I would agree. I think the open relationship and swingers is more like the party scene. Like, when I think of swingers and open relationships, I think of like Diddy and them, who have these crazy parties. I think open relationships and swingers, you leave too much room to open the can of worms. You know, sex is a sacred thing, and if you're doing it with everyone because that's what you enjoy doing, then that means you enjoy bringing in, you know, those different spirits into your bedroom. And I think a lot of people, you know, they may say they want open relationships and really don't know what they're getting themselves into, because it can cause more harm than good, really. So yeah, I'm like Lucky. I don't subscribe to that. I want to have sex with one person for the rest of my life.
Okay. Go ahead, Ali. What are your thoughts about open relationship and swingers?
That's crazy that question is asked, but I truly believe sex. I think when we're a young age and we don't really know ourselves that well, I think sex becomes a priority, and it's something that once a young woman or a young man, once you feel certain things happen to your body because of certain things that happen to us, obviously when we do reach a certain level with sex. But I think as we get older, prioritizing sex with great people is what drives people crazy. And I think a lot of times when we don't know how to solidify good relationships with people, it's like people who smoke weed or do drugs and try to get that same high they got from that first high. I think people who start try to look for deal with too many people are looking for that same high they get from somebody, because they're not acknowledging that it's the great person you're supposed to have sex with that makes you drive you crazy like that. So I think a lot of times when people do get in these open relationships and can share a whole bunch of people, I think they're comfortable with the security, but they're still looking for that connection from other people. And that's why they keep that relationship open. And that's why a lot of times people are scared with open relationships, because a lot of times that person can end up dealing with that other person more so than even the person they originally started a relationship with. So I think it's more of a quality of the person and how they deal with relationships based off the sex. I think if you got a great person you with, the sex is amazing. If you keep looking for that nut, you're not dealing with quality people.
I think it's like, I agree with that. I think it's like when you see how like people have when they're together or married and they want to split their income up and have different accounts, because women, right? Some women, they want to have different accounts because they feel that the man is going to mess around or leave them for another woman. So they have that extra money just in case the man dips out. So when women want to say they want to have an open relationship, they're doing that too, because they feel that these men that they messing with is going to be their outs when something goes down. So I think it's more like a safety net. Because honestly, I don't see why women would want to sit here and have sex with a whole bunch of men and their husband at the same damn time. That's weird as fuck. But that's more of a safety reason for the woman's side. I don't know about the men.
Y'all nasty. Y'all just nasty. Y'all can't stop. Like is no limit to what y'all would do in order to make yourself feel good. I just think that people don't have any limit, and they've just been overly exposed and super desensitized to what it is that is even out there, and they get to a point to where I think when you get to the point to where you start wanting to have an open relationship, you at the point of no return. You can't put the cat back in the bag, and it's done. You over. You washed. Because it's mental. Before it ever gets into the physical, before it ever gets to the point to where you start having a conversation about having an open relationship, first of all, the answer is no. Like, don't ask. It's not even something to discuss, right? The answer is no. I'm never sharing my chick, right? But outside of that, it was already mental before you ever got to that point. And something somewhere, somehow, whether it's your friends or whatever, people that somewhere you were infiltrated as far as your purity, or being overly exposed and all of this other type of stuff, and it just go too far left. And I think that social media has played a very, very large role in it. It's just we too far gone. We broken. I think we broken as a society, and there's no way to put the cat back in the bag, because I don't even understand what the point of getting married is if you just want to have an open relationship. What's the point of getting married? I don't get it. Like, if you just want to do what you want to do, then do what you're gonna do. But why even get married? What's the point?
Because they don't want to.
They want the benefits of being married plus all that extra shit.
What's the benefits of being married?
They don't want to die alone, so they know that person gonna be there supposedly, and they gonna have that person to push them in the wheelchair.
The security.
That person that's gonna deal with all they side bullshit ass flaws. Well, they're gonna put up with that shit.
I'm with you on that. I think social social conditioning, low self-esteem, lack of emotional connection with these people that she potentially get in relationships with, even trauma, man. She might have had some experience with infidelity or betrayal, as being able to witness that as a child, and just may have a fear of being monogamous because she might think that it might happen to her if she try to get into it. I think today with all these movements going on, women feel pressured, to conform to these societal expectations, and norms of monogamy.
So
they
I think a lot of times some there's a big group of women who have conformed to these societies that you speak about, and they get fucked over. You know what I'm saying? They
That's
do what
trauma.
they feel. No, hold on, pause. Give me a second. They do what they feel is right, and they still get fucked over in the end. They don't get the result that they felt that they were getting.
Because they don't go to therapy.
So they're supposed to
What
go to
do you
therapy.
mean
Okay,
by
okay,
what do
so
you mean by that
hold
though?
on. What's the what? All right. Hold on. So now
You talking
we're on
about
a whole
me?
different topic.
No, her. What does she mean by
Now we're
they?
on a whole different topic. Now I want to know, what should women do to be in the proper relationship to know how they should move successfully? Because
What do you mean by they get fucked over? I don't understand that.
well, there's a lot of failed relationships, and I'm obviously not talking about myself. I'm just talking about women in general. We can look at statistics. 50% of marriages are failing. Am I wrong?
Yeah, but the majority of the time, the woman is the one that filed for divorce. So how does she
But
get
why is
fucked
she
over?
filing for divorce? Is she filing divorce for fun? Like, oh, I'm fucking sick of this nigga. I feel like divorcing because today is Tuesday.
No,
sometimes the opportunity to leave the marriage gives her financial benefit along with a feeling of freedom.
I hear
So
what
it's freedom and then financial benefit.
But
You
why
feel
is
me?
she doing it?
She's
But why is
filing
she
for
doing it?
divorce for the same
This
reason that
employment.
you even had to think about leaving. If I was to cheat on you, but you got everything at your beck and win.
Most women aren't leaving relationships just for the fuck of it. I
Yes,
don't
they
really
are.
give a shit.
Some of no. Some of them are leaving because they're emotional. Some of them are leaving. Some of them are leaving because they got a side dude that convinced them that they still valuable. No, let's
Lady
be
Di,
clear.
you said why?
Some of them are leaving because they got a side dude that convinced them that they're still
And I
valuable.
respect you as a man. But I want to hear from a woman. Why are women leaving men, Lady Di?
I'm sorry. Wait. Hold on, Lady Di.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Are you the moderator?
I'm not. I'm absolutely not. But I was
So how do you decide who it is that you want to listen to?
No. I was asking. No, Anton. I hear what you're saying, but what I'm saying is you come from a good background. You know what I'm saying?
She does
and
too.
Not everybody can relate to your background, Anton, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but all that tells me is that you just want the toxicity. You don't want to actually solution.
That's not what I'm saying. I want to hear what she's saying because I'm trying to understand where are women fucking up is what I'm asking. I'm not saying you're wrong or what you're doing is wrong, because I respect what you and Rita got. I'm not talking no shit about that. I'm saying, where are women fucking up is where I'm saying. I'm trying to find out the flaw. That's what I'm trying to do. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not coming for you.
No, we cool.
Okay. I just want you to understand. I'm not coming for you in no way. I'm trying to understand where are women fucking up. If we're fucking up and we're the women who are leaving, why are women leaving? That's what I'm trying to understand as a woman. You hear what I'm saying? I'm not trying to come for you.
The woman who you spoke about, one of the examples, the one that's leaving for no reason, like they just leaving. There's women who are actually doing that, and that's the ones who say, "I'm not happy," right? So, women who happy is very subjective. They could not be happy because their guy is just, let's say, dirty as fuck. He don't pick up shit. She gotta always pick up his drawers or whatever the case is, his shoes. Those are not things that is going to make your marriage any better or any worse. It's just a thing that this guy has. It's just a habit, right? Women look at that as he's a bad fucking guy. And that's a problem, because I'm not saying a guy that's dirty is like the best. I'm just saying it doesn't change what he does for you, what he provides for you, what loyalty, sacrifice, and all these things, good father, whatever it is that he has as a great, good man, that doesn't take away from that. So women will divorce a man for stupid shit like that. And that's a problem. Now, how many women are doing that? I think it's a lot. I think it's a lot of women doing that because they think outside of that marriage, they could find somebody better than the one that they have. So, and with that, right, women are divorcing at a certain age. They're not divorcing in their 20s, right? They've divorced in their 30s after they had a whole bunch of fucking kids. So when you out there with a whole bunch of kids, you divorced, you're 30 years old. I don't know what you thought people are going to get better after that, because now you're coming with a whole bunch of baggage, right? Baggage that most women don't want. They don't want a man with baggage. So you coming out with baggage, thinking a man gonna marry you, and you just divorce somebody. That's a problem. So that's what women are doing.
Those women prioritize their own happiness ahead of their duty to their marriage.
Lady
Yeah,
Di, I appreciate you elaborating on that, Anton.
Yeah, somebody cut her lights off again.
Bruce, you're a mess, man.
All right, let me go ahead and get Ali in there. Open relationships and swings. What are your thoughts?
You was breaking up. I don't know if you know that.
Oh, I thought I think I already answered.
Okay.
I was the first one.
Oh, okay, my bad.
No, you good.
Went all over the place. Mr. Lego, go ahead. You spoke on it too?
No, I think women and men, mainly women, they're busted open way faster than they'll receive intimacy. And I think that's the biggest problem with women today. They're smashed, but they're afraid of the commitment. They're afraid of the intimacy. You know, as women all over the place, they love to say, well, I've been, they're put the fact that they've been asked to be married on a damn pedestal and say, hey, look at me. I've been folks, 3 people don't ask me to marry them. I've been engaged and it's like, what does that have to do with anything? I think to a certain degree, these women are afraid to actually get married. They're afraid of intimacy, but they're smashed. They'll do all the little things because that actually is a part of the way they learn to cope with their childhood trauma throughout the years. So she'll let different dudes smash, but to actually commit, to actually stay, to actually get married, it sounds good, but they don't really want to because they've been coping for so many years or decades where that's all they're used to. It's like this circle motion of just being on the hamster wheel of inner relationship, outer relationship, inner relationship, outer relationship. And they get used to that hamster wheel. And the whole hamster wheel thing is now the way they cope. So it's not just sex, it's being in a relationship and then being single. So, you get in a relationship, I feel controlled. And now she wants to be out of a relationship. Then she gets lonely. Then she wants to be in a relationship. So I think that whole hamster wheel of sex and relationships and being single is just simply their way of coping. And that's all they know. And that's all they're used to.
Would y'all ever be with a woman that said that she didn't want to have sex before marriage?
If I was single?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Has she not had sex or what? Like what?
No, she's had sex before. She just don't want to have sex.
Whoa. She already had sex before?
Yeah.
She got kids and all this other stuff?
No, she don't have a kid. She don't have a no. Let's frame the scenario. She don't have a kid, but she's not a virgin. Would you roll with a woman or get in a relationship with a woman that didn't want to have sex before marriage?
I would say no.
Come on, guys. I don't speak at once.
I think I need to get a little bit more context from that.
Ali, I see you still rubbing your head.
That's like what we were talking about earlier. It's a hard time now for that. That's when when you talk about marriage. If you got married with somebody earlier, it's probably better quality woman. The age we at now, what you about to marry?
Because there's a good chance that she probably smashing somebody else and not giving it to you. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
but you don't have any more respect for her as a woman if she decides that she don't want to actually participate in sex, right?
Context wise, it would take a lot.
One more thing. If she was actually in relationships, you knew her background, and I really knew she was like in a relationship with someone, and then she got out of that relationship and that she remained inaccessible unless you got in a relationship with her, then I could look at it different if she was that kind of woman. But if I know typically, well, if we in the same area, you're gonna get a backdrop and reputation of the woman in your area. If she letting other people hit, talking about I gotta wait, nah.
If I propose to you and you talking about you gonna and you already done gave the box up and I'm engaged to you and we plan to get married, you don't want to give me the box?
No. I ain't saying okay, so let's assume that, I mean, if you proposing and you planning to get married, that's a different context. But would you even get to the point to where you would propose to a woman prior to if she hadn't?
I think I can get to the point with her where I could propose to her, depending on how our chemistry is. I think I can get to know her, without trying to have sex with her. And if I want to marry her, then if she didn't have sex with anybody, I think she should feel free to treat me like a husband and I treat her like a wife. Until the day we get to the altar. Because I believe it starts immediately. Like once I make you mine, you mine. I'm gonna do everything I can in my power to make sure that, you know what I'm saying, you understand that I'm here to stay.
Anton,
and if you already giving a box up to somebody and you talking about you don't want to give it to me, like what the fuck?
I've said this before. If a woman is okay with casual sex, she doesn't deserve a husband. So if she at least said, I don't have casual sex. I don't have sex if I'm not in a relationship. And the last time I had sex was 2 years ago when I was in a relationship with my ex. And you believe her. That is a little bit, believable, understandable, and I can roll with that. So I wouldn't look at it as I'll wait until I'm married to her. But if she has just a certain amount of thought process of how she deals with her box and says no to this and yes to that, that's cool.
Okay. I don't got
most of these chicks there.
What about you, Anton? Would you bust it down? I mean, not bust it down, but I mean, would you date the chick?
If I had to put myself in that hypothetical situation, because I don't think that I will ever get married again. I just can't imagine myself ever being divorced in a general sense. So it's kind of hard for me to imagine that. But yeah, I would rock out with a chick like that. Now, it's a difference between a hoe and a housewife. All right. I'm not talking about every old chick that's just walking down the street now. That's not what we talking about. All right. But I mean, I would have more respect for a chick that's more reserved. Absolutely.
You reserve what you preserve. And that's all I'm saying. Just reserve it for some damn body instead of just getting it to anybody that you see that's attractive.
Exactly. Don't just give it up to the guy just changing your tires and shit.
Right. Like you won't give it up to every guy that you come across because he's cute and you think he husband material and he ain't. I mean, you just gonna be adding too many bodies. By the time
you're gonna gain him some ass. Yeah.
Right. Like that's not how you find a husband. You don't give it up to find a husband. You gotta find a husband by looking past the sex.
Because in all honesty, most relationships don't work out, so at least be in a relationship and that is when you give up the box, at least.
So Mr. Lego, you telling me ain't nobody never put it on you?
Even being in relationships and then
So Mr. Lego, you telling me ain't nobody ever put it on you, make you want to marry that joint?
Well, I would want to marry a woman depending on who she is, not because of the box.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's just really sad. No, I ain't never had no ass, and I was like, "Ooh, I want to marry her because the ass was that shit crazy."
I don't know, Mr. Lego. I saw one of your lives in the intro video, just a little sus. That R&B you had playing.
Wait, what?
How'd it come on? I'll give my all to you, girl. I don't know what it was.
Yo, you can't just be playing anybody in music, and that's somebody that I know. So I'm like, all right, I got you, bro. You feel me? That's an actual R&B single that I know.
He was killing that joint.
You stupid.
I tried to sound hound that joint because I was gonna play that shit while I was washing dishes. No, I don't be washing dishes.
He said, I don't be washing dishes. You know you washing dishes, nigga.
So you
better wash some goddamn dishes.
Oh my god.
All right, man. Open relationships and swings. Anybody hasn't spoken on it yet? Everybody spoke on it?
Yeah, I just don't agree with it.
I think I've been in open relationships by just having situationships with chicks, and I ain't with her, and she ain't with me. So
listen, an open relationship
that's because I've had.
No, it's not the same. It's not the same.
Yeah,
because you basically giving permission for another dude to bust your chick down. I'm never.
And she's my chick. Yeah. I agree. But no kind of chick like that.
I don't believe it.
Well, these chicks ain't our chicks. So that's the way I look at it from an open relationship. These chicks aren't our chicks. So shit, they for the streets, and it's just your turn. She ain't your woman. It's just your turn. So,
but here's the question.
That's a hard pill to swallow.
If a chick asked you,
that's a good one though.
If a chick asked you to, if you want to be in an open relationship, would you look at her differently?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. That's
all I see is sausage in her mouth at that point.
Wait.
I'll bag up because I don't want to get no dick breath on me.
Oh,
yo, I wouldn't know what to say. Like, hey, we need to be in an open relationship. Like,
okay, hold on. Let me add one more caveat. What if she only wanted to try it with other girls? Does that change the dynamic?
Yes, that would be an issue also, because that has to come from me or us. If you just coming out, just start making rules. Hey, this is what we're gonna do.
No, she's broaching the subject with you, and she's bringing it to your attention that she want to. Does that change everything?
That's a conversation. That's a question I asked you though.
I know you asked me, but you didn't ask them. You didn't ask them.
But it's like if it's coming from her, that means like first thing I'm gonna say is like, who am I with? You know what I mean? Like, who am I with? So no, I'll be out.
So you're not with a chick that say
I would downgrade her. We would no longer be in a relationship. At some point, it's just the relationship is gonna end, and we can keep doing what we're doing, but it's not gonna be a relationship.
Wait, Mr. Lego. You saying that if your girl was like, yo, we can bring another girl in on the right, whenever as a thing, you like, nah, I don't like you no more.
Yeah,
so men aren't polygamous anymore.
Don't worry, he gonna call me after the show.
Damn. But then why do they cheat then?
Bro, you changing tires and eating ass, and you telling me that you ain't gonna take two vaginas, bro? There's no fucking way, dog.
First of all, what is this changing tires stuff? What would you keep? What is that? What is that?
At Walmart gas.
That came from you the first Thursday you was on.
Yeah, one of the Thursdays you said something crazy like that. If you was helping somebody change some tires,
No, he said he would buy her some new set of tires.
I would.
You said you bought
I ain't never changed no tires. What are you talking
Goodyear? About? It was a Goodyear Michelin. I don't know which one it was.
I said the most a woman that get for me is I'll eat her ass and buy her some
That's what it was. Buy some tires. That's exactly what you said. I told you that's exactly what he said.
But that's it. But I'm not.
Man, look. You got the choice. You got the choice between eating some ass and buying some tires, or a woman that's willing to bring another woman in the bedroom. I just don't believe
I'm
that.
Just saying, man, like because
I don't believe it either, Bruiser.
He don't believe it either.
I'm just saying because then the first thing I'm going to be doing is like, yo, who did I commit to? Who did I marry? Not marry, but I'm just gonna have some thoughts. You know what I'm saying? Let it come from me, or let it come organic. Let it feel like it came from me, at least.
So it got to come from you. You got to be the one to break it to her. Hey, look, I want to bring another woman in the room.
Or just have a conversation in that kind of way, because I'm going to start thinking like, damn, you just You know what I'm saying? It's
My
gonna say
uncle,
something.
my uncle always told me never be the first to bring it up. Let her bring it up.
What?
About
I'm
another woman.
so confused. I'm just gonna stay quiet. I don't know what
I'm
the hell
talking
that
about
means.
we had the same conversation we having right now. And my uncle had
Your uncle?
told me, he said, never ever ask a woman, do she like other women or is she interested in another woman? Never ask her that.
So a woman who
it could be an ego bruiser for a man.
Huh?
I said it could bruise a man's ego.
Meaning what?
If he like another woman?
No, if his woman likes other women, because
it could be an ego bruiser.
Because
Really?
women know
Some men are intimidated about
some
something.
men are some men are intimidated by that, and some men don't know how to please a woman like a
there's some men
woman
intimidated by
pleases a
that.
woman. So
I ain't never heard about that. I ain't
Hold
never
on.
heard
Did
of
you
that
just say a man can't please a woman like a woman can please a woman?
I said that some women can please women better than
don't
men
start
can please
that.
that woman. That's the
I've
truth.
heard that before.
It is the truth, though. They got
But I
stats
thought
on that
that,
too.
listen, when I was coming up, a man's ultimate fantasy was to be with two women at the same time.
That's what I thought too.
That's why we had
you had that
Yeah, but
before.
could you really be with two women all the time, like as sexual partners? What if those two women are more into each other than they're into?
No. But the
What's wrong with
scenario
that,
is,
though?
we want to
Ain't
bring
nothing wrong with
another
that.
chick in for a moment, not like. I mean, even if
if
you
it was
bringing
like
them
that
in
and the women were
permanently,
into each other
I think
more
D-Ray
or
Davis do
whatever,
that.
there's nothing wrong with that either.
even if you're bringing them in permanently, I don't know too many guys that will be like, that sounds like a bad idea.
I'd be okay with that.
You just
They
said
all
you're
into
not
each
okay
other
with
more
it.
than
You
me.
would be okay if she's pleasing the other woman
No.
more than
What I'm
she's
saying is,
pleasing you.
I'm talking about like future wife type of shit versus just if she is just into that type of life. Because this is what I'm saying. If she is into a certain life that I didn't know anything about, and this is what she has been doing before me, now I'm gonna be like, damn, who did I meet? But if I bring it up and I actually bring that thought into her mind, and she's like, all right, I give it a try. That's a little different, is all I'm saying.
Talking about.
How is that not different?
Well, it is different because the woman don't have the experience. If you're bringing it up to a woman and she don't have that experience,
He said he would do it.
oh yeah, that's
If you bring it up and she never even talked about it, she probably slapped the shit out of you.
No, y'all missing it.
No.
You said that you would do it. You said, oh, you ain't even think about it. He was like, yeah, I'm into that. I'm rocking with that.
I said if
You
it was
wanna do
my
it.
idea and she was open to it, that's one
So,
thing. But if
so
she
you would do
brings
it if it
up-
was your idea, but you wouldn't do it if she had already did it with another chick.
No, not saying that she already did it with another chick, but if she starts bringing some shit up in the middle of a relationship, like, hey, let's bring another woman in, the first thing I'm going to think is like, why? How? You know what I'm saying? So,
But
yeah.
would you do it? But will you do it?
Yes, I said I would do it.
I'm confused, bro.
We're gonna have to clip
I
that.
literally said I would downgrade her and I would not necessarily see her as marriage material. That's what I said. I said I would downgrade her. And we can do this shit. Let's do it. We can, but at the same time, the direction will be different because now I'm not going to be seeing her as wife material because it's like most likely.
Would you stay in a relationship? Would you stay in a relationship?
It just wouldn't go to marriage.
So she disqualified from being a wife because she like
But you said,
her being a wife.
But you pushing for? Never mind.
He disqualified her because she
I
like
disqualify her.
But he would stay in a relationship with her. So
Man,
he not disqualifying with her.
short term, and I told
So
y'all.
you'll give her trauma, so she'll be screwed by the next guy.
What curve is that?
We already together, Bruiser. We're already together.
But you're not because.
We're already together.
But if you're gonna leave her later, then just let her go earlier.
Because you said we should push
He
for
said
marriage.
he gonna put a little trauma on her first before he let her go.
Okay, wait a minute.
He
Okay,
probably gonna have to trauma on the girl too.
Let me just make sure that we.
He's the one that brought it up.
Let me make sure we're on the same page. Okay, so
Okay.
if she been with two girls in her past, that's a red flag, right?
No, that's okay. Hold on, you said been with two girls or been with girls? What are you talking about?
I mean, if she been
Is
with
she just
another
all
girl
over
in
the
her,
place?
if she been with another girl in her past, is that a red flag?
No. No, the answer is no. But if she can't let that go and she's bringing it up while we're together, now I'm going to be looking at her like, oh shit, okay. But if I actually introduce it and say, hey, you used to do this, you did this, or you did this at one point, and then I bring it up and she's like, I'm open to that. Now I'm leading everything.
What's the difference?
It's a difference. It's a difference. It's a
Wait,
difference.
so she has a history of doing it and she don't bring it up. You're okay. You would rather be the one to bring it up, even with her having that history.
Yeah.
But then you opening up a can of worms, right?
Does it ever even work like that though?
If she has a history of doing it, don't you think she would bring it up?
Mm-hmm.
No, unless she misses doing it.
So you want her to miss
Wait,
doing
wait,
it?
So I'm curious.
No, I don't want her to miss doing it.
Hold on, y'all.
He's
Hold on,
actually
look. Why are you shaking your head, look?
because he's making a lot of sense. The
Thank you.
thing is that when you are a woman, and usually women and you're a husband or whatever, usually it's different when a woman is asking for it because it's already been on her mind. She doesn't really have a monogamous mindset. If I'm the man introducing it and you're okay with it, it's a lot different because you're okay with it because of me. Your wants are in line with my wants. It's different if I have to compromise with your. Now I'm looking at you sideways, like, am I giving enough? You know, like you're wanting to be promiscuous versus me introducing it. And the only way that you're cool with it is by me introducing it. It is a different mindset.
So if she says yes, though, then that means that she's
cool with it
wants to be promiscuous. Though.
She's cool with it because I'm cool with it, or either she's open and receptive.
It's not necessarily something that she would want to do, but she's okay with it because it's pleasing my husband.
Right.
That's what I necessarily want to do.
Okay, but what if y'all get into the act,
right,
and she get real into it,
right,
and it ain't got nothing necessarily to do with pleasing her husband?
But that's what you.
Well, no, that's cool because I introduced it.
No,
but that's what usually happens in a relationship when the man does introduce it to a woman and it's not on her mind. The downfall is that she enjoys the sexual chemistry with the woman a little bit more. So now you have a problem where she's going to try to continue the relationship without you.
There we go. Thank you. Honesty.
So what's the difference?
There's
Because
no difference.
because the exposure is still creating the same dynamic and the same end result.
No, it's a crash and burn either way. But I'm just saying.
That's what I'm saying. So why be okay?
That's what y'all
if
both
the
saying.
end result could possibly be the exact same. What's the difference?
Right. Here we go.
Possibly. The word is possibly. That's why.
Why even open up your relationship to
I
that?
think something like that can work. I think something like that can work. I think two men.
Not if she's already into. Not if she's into women.
No, Anton got a quick question. The only difference is
Hold on. What you say, Precious?
I don't think in a man's mind, men really, they have that fantasy of two women being together, but two women being together and a man and a woman being together are two totally different things.
Okay.
It's two different feelings, two different sensations. So you may think that it'll work because you introduced it, but like I said prior, it may backfire because these two women are now having sex with one another and it's not including you. And lucky, I mean to put you on the spot, girl, but you know how you say you have more interaction with women than you have men. If women that have interactions with other women are used to having interactions with other women and they are able to get pleased by other women, they can't get pleased by a man, you introducing that is actually doing you a disjustice. And it's
But what if the man is
serving.
pleasing the woman?
Yeah.
But when you bring another woman
pleased?
into that, it changes the dynamic totally. It changes that dynamic.
Typically, that's a delicate situation because most of the time the woman is the one catching the other woman. It's rare in situations where a man is going to come up to a woman and invite her back. You need your wife pretty much to reel her in for the comfort level. So her first interaction is gracefully with your wife. So the problem comes in, like she's saying, is once you introduce her to something she's already not familiar with, and this is a different demon. There is no competition. It's just like a woman being okay with a bisexual man. There's no competition once you bring some homosexual shit into your relationship, because that's a different battle. So you're gonna have to try to keep up now with a woman, especially if we're adults here, if she eat pussy better than you. So now you're having her to where she's thinking about this woman. Now you have to continue having a relationship with this woman if you're okay with this, because you didn't actually open the door when you probably should have left it closed in the first place, because
that's all I'm saying. A man's ego is not going to be able to handle it.
Actually
not going to be able to handle
actually worse if you introduce her to it versus if she.
If I'm busting both of them wide
hold
open,
on, Bruiser. This is interesting. I haven't done it, but I know people that are in polygamous relationships, and they work. Now I'm on the outside looking in. I
thought that polygamous was
2 women and 1 man. I don't know what that is. I might be saying it wrong, but that.
No, it's not. I don't think that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, polyandry is 2 men and 1 woman.
Yeah. So how are those situations working? Not saying that my situation will work because their situation will work, but these things
both want it. They both want it, but
some of my family actually does that.
But the problem
why are we acting like this is something new? This is something. This was the normal way back.
Bruiser, go ahead, Lucky. This is interesting.
Now I was saying the problem with what you're saying is you would want a woman to bring it up to you first, because
that's what I said.
It's something that she can control. Yeah, honestly, in your scenario, if you want to keep her just messing with you, it would be best if she brought it up, because then it might just be a phase to her, versus if you introduce her to something she's not used to. It's kind of like those relationships with Caucasian relationships where the wife and the husband want to try something new, so they go get the big black cock, right? Now you didn't introduce her to something that she wasn't used to, and now you're trying to compete with something you introduced, versus if it's something that she wanted, you have a better chance of her being, over it. It's like
she already had control.
Yeah,
that's interesting. That's interesting.
What Precious said, if the man is real,
let her bring it up.
He gonna drive himself crazy because someone else drove her crazy. So he'll ruin his whole relationship, and wasn't even that serious.
Yep.
So
that's interesting. I have no idea about none of this stuff. So this was an interesting conversation.
So the moral of the story is keep the fucking door shut.
Keep this door shut.
That's all the moral of the story is that this junk can turn into a maze of craziness that could just be so wild. And why even open yourself up to the possibility of getting that junk in your crib in the first place? That junk don't make no sense.
Keep the door shut, but let her hold the key. That's all.
What?
But some of these situations be working, and I just be looking at these situations like that is interesting because I never did it, but they be looking interesting. So I don't know. It was just me.
Go ahead and vlog it until let go when it happens. Go ahead and vlog it when it happens.
There's relationships that are popular. I don't know how y'all think about this, but women have two men.
Oh, the same subject.
Well, that's totally different.
Very rare.
Yeah, it was some girl. I don't know.
You talking about like 2 men that know about each other?
Yeah,
they're both her boyfriends.
Yeah.
Most likely that's some.
Like they live in the same crib.
And I don't know in that particular situation that she was being interviewed, but they definitely nobody.
Like both of the guys was there.
Yeah, they take pictures together and everything.
Hey, DP.
Yo, they taking pictures together, bro.
They running the train on it.
No. Listen, those guys are gay. I don't care.
I ain't even want to say the word. I ain't want to say the word. But yeah,
that's not a derogatory term. They're gay.
They don't sleep with each other. They're just
okay. They ball slap against each other when they go DP.
There's nowhere in hell they're not gay doing that. Gay. I'm sorry. I just didn't want to say
most men think that dudes watching each other or being around each other in that kind of
that's gay
behaviors. That's what most men believe and go to the grave believing.
I don't like y'all can frame it however y'all want to frame it.
From the dudes that's okay with being side dudes. If you okay with being a side dude, you might as well.
That's different.
You're in the room with a guy. You're in the room with a man.
You're in the same house.
Both of y'all are naked.
You in the same picture? You taking a selfie together?
What pictures together? Are you crazy? You busting your girl down and you downstairs drinking some orange juice. No.
Who's holding the camera this time? I got it. My arms are longer.
That dude, right? It's my turn.
We'll hold it together.
No, that's now listen. We can debate about opening the door for two girls. Like we can debate about that all day. But
we ain't debating about those other shit. We're not doing that.
That's fucking out of line. Listen,
like I said, I wanted to know because I don't know. I'm ignorant.
Imagine who has to cover the bill at the restaurant though.
The relationship stuff.
Man, I'm not.
But it looks interesting.
They take turns. They take turns with her.
So who's opening the door? Is she opening the door for both of them, or are they opening?
Who riding in the front seat? No,
they both riding on the front seat. Oh,
what about the kids? Who's the daddy? First of all,
oh, can you imagine driving around shotgun?
Oh, when he asked that, who's your daddy?
Can you imagine driving around shotgun with another dude that's busting down your chick?
I ain't lying, bro.
Can
you imagine playing? Can you imagine playing paper, rock, scissors for who gets anal and who gets vagina? Can you imagine reading these
Yo,
what?
Bruiser.
I got another one.
Oh, shout out to Marcus Evans is in the building. Hey, we got a 200 ball up in there too. But Marcus Evans said, Brother Anton a few months ago did a combo of a woman having a roster, good or bad for women. I think that's horrible for women. A woman having a roster is bad for women all day long.
All right, Blaze Walker 1999 says if a guy allow another man to enter in and out of his woman, he's a broken man and she's a broken woman.
Oh, fucking Mike Jones is in the fucking building. He didn't put up about $700 tonight. Yeah, he's stunning on you tonight, Lucky. He said, don't talk about that $5 no more. Scammer. He said, scammer, watch what I do. He said, stop hating. Don't be mad because I have it and you don't. All you have to do is get out your mom's basement and you can have it too. And I agree with you, Mike Jones. Fucking hey, get it, Mike Jones. Yo.
Hey, shout out to Michael Jones. Dark Relief $2 says fact Pandora's box has been torn out of the frame. 100. Yeah. Marcus Evans $5 says is she moving the goalpost? Trucker Yale says curse for life. That's why I prepare my sons to run. A drunk mind speaks sober mouth, shaking my damn head. Nothing but bad faith. $5 the more I hear curves for life, the more I think she messed with cookies. Marcus Evans says I agree with Mr. Let Go. Trucker Yale $2 says curves for life really want nothing but chaos. Shelton Ward $10 also member says some will leave because it's too good to be true without toxicity, because they don't have respect for the man that they chose to lead, because they live in their truths and are unwilling to change. Marcus Evans $5 says so let go really eat ass. Let go is that blue pill king. Christopher J199 says I'm losing brain cells listening to Mr. Let Go. Trucker Yo said this dude cap on cap stand on the corner. Trucker Yo $5 also member says love my wives, y'all missing out, and Mr. Let Go don't bring your free oil change with a set of tires having ass stand in the corner. Sir Big capping. Trucker Yo $2 also member says lucky third wife application is available. I'm just saying. Marcus Evans $5 says great conversation. Good night and love you, Lucky. All right, shout out to the sponsor again, Tej Hanley, Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. Make sure you guys go ahead and fill a Tej. That link is in the description. If you want to become a member, again, that link is pinned to the top of the chat. Another great show. Make sure you guys follow these individuals on their own platforms. The Real Precious, Mr. Let Go, Anton Daniel, She's So Lucky, Ali, Bruisers, and Lady Di. With that being said, hit the like button on your way out, man. Catch us next Thursday. Same time, same place. Appreciate you, big bad boy. I see you. Shout out to the Green Gang in the chat. And we are out, y'all. All right, y'all. Y'all enjoy yourselves.
No, I really can't complain. Wave. Everything is straight. Wave.
I'm in it for keepsake. In the field with the cleat lace. Beat flick with the bare face and a slick tongue, that's what she say. She look good, she a big tease when she bite lip with the wink face. Hella bad when she throwing it back. She bring out my way for the team play. For Pete's sake, I'm above average, I padded my stack. I gotta matter what he say. I'm the 2010, young LeBron James with the bat boy, type of bad boy.
Appreciate you, Trucker Yale. $5 says in Africa they passed a law where women can have 2 dudes or husbands and they live together.
Passport, cause the beat bounced to the cap torn. Feel like I lived it fast forward, but I asked for it. Misfit, got a quick lit on a crash course from the tattered garment to the tabloid. Fuck how I lived it to existence. Might be ahead of myself, but the bank account did jump up a couple figures. Feel like nobody could fuck with us. I'm a flight risk. I play among the stars in the Hollywood Hill, the space station couldn't even get in touch with me. Praise faith that I stuck with it. Wave. No, I really can't complain. Everything is straight. I've been on a wave. But everything I say turn into the real thing. I tell her run it up, cause you know it ain't a thing. We made it out the slums, words on the page. Everything is straight. I've been on a wave. But everything we say turn into the real thing. I've been living like I'm famous. Like I don't show my face, as I'm jumping on the stage. Like I'm living in a daydream. Lost in imagination. She only want me when she fake. She quick to tell me I'm a fake. She ain't told no lie, she love it when I catch my cadence. She gone off the deep end, pull up every week, and I hate to let it down, but I'm in a fast life, so you never slowing me down. Heartbreak, dropping all your nose, sleep out. How you switch up, you always help me down. Wonder why I turn into a cold of me now. It could be worse, right? I got where I'm at without no work-life balance. You tell me that it's love, but I'm knowing that it's madness. Swap with me, God, cause it's for the same fabric. No, I really can't complain. Everything is straight. I've been on the wave, but everything I say turn into the real thing. Tell them run it up, you know it ain't a thing. We made it out the Psalms with the words on the page. Everything is straight. I've been on the wave, but everything I'm saying turn into the real thing.
Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it.
Look, mile like 3-6 pulled up, ski trip cold winter. All my eating good. I remember when we had no dinner. West side, east side, no side, both sides with me. Check, come and check, leaving flex season 12, come and get me. Gil, to run around high speed, chasing all the big bags. Bending corners, bending rules, bending necks, Gil, the whiplash. Slide through hot knife, warm butter storm, gutter drain lane. Young man, old habit, still let it, tryna let my chain hang. True story, new story, 2-story condo, B&B. 4 bath, 1 me, no key, like I did a B&E. B&Me so good, so hood, so not worried about it. 250,000 new views, old news, know you probably heard about it. Extra, read about it. Headline, word around town, flexing. Ballin' on my course, so I ain't worried about nobody out of bounds, stressing. Feeling like Hercules, murder these ain't a problem to me. Tried to tell the maid service don't come unless you bringin' condoms to me.
Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me.
Appreciate all the support. It's the last track. Make sure you let your ass up. Hit that like button. Also make sure you subscribe to the channel. Lexicon, appreciate you. Welcome to Green Gang.